Oh my, hello. How is everyone? I hope that you're doing well so far today. It's still fairly early for me. I mean, I don't know. I've been awake for like 4 hours, so like how really early is it at that point in the day when you've already been up and kicking for a while? But anyway, hello. How's it going? Raccoon Pope. Yes, I picked up some new music off of the YouTube library. So that was cool. Yes. So hello, Trout Dealer. We've got Spider, of course, Cobot as per usual. Andy's Mint, Sisukara, Timerinia. Hello. Jamie, welcome to the website. Thank you so much for hopping over. And also Summerstar, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to our European friends. This is our special day that we do things at kind of a weird time as far as American streams are concerned. And it's because we have so many friends across the ocean who have to miss all of our other streams because we start at fucking midnight in the UK. Exactly. Yeah, Jamie says it's 6 p.m. in the UK right now. If you didn't know, I have a podcast with my friend Dr. Catherine Strixon, who is she's a paleontologist, and we talk about trans stuff and kind of whatever else we want to talk about. This week's episode, we talked about House of the Dragon, but we have a difficult time coordinating sometimes because, you know, like I basically just have to message her when I wake up. I'm like, hey, you know, it's 8 a.m. here, which means it's like 2 p.m. there. So whenever you get off work, let me know and we can try to hop on a call together. And then, like, if it's raining very hard in either of our locations, the call quality goes to shit and we can't record. So if you're ever wondering, like, why there are so many gaps between the episodes, I don't think I have a command on the website for that, but there is a link in the description on the YouTube page, which, by the way, you should hit like on the YouTube page really quick. Brief hello to people who are hanging out in the YouTube chat right now. Chum Guzzler was way early. Zesty Voyage, Tilly Miller. I know it's Zesty Voyage. I just like saying the word voyage in a fun way. So yeah, Tilly, and we've got Mowgli and Phoebe. Hello, nice top. Thank you. It's a comfy one for sure. Yeah. So if you all are on the YouTube chat, by the way. And you don't know, this chat over here is my website. It's not Twitch. I don't stream on Twitch. This is my website. So you could come there for cool custom emojis and to be part of the cool kids chat, you know? Hey, Analia, how's it going? Let's see. Good morning, people. Yes, absolutely. We have dicks. It's true. It's true. We have dicks over here. Still tested positive for COVID, says Andy's. Unsure about going back to work tomorrow since I have very few symptoms / not bad. I didn't even have breathing issues when it started last week. I would say generally if you're still symptomatic off of a COVID infection, that you're still probably actively contagious. Like, that's just my best guess. It's just hard to say with COVID. It's really obnoxious. It's like hard to say whether you're still positive or not because it's testing, like the tests that we have are testing for like the spike protein, which is present after you're done being symptomatic, I guess, for a period of time. Like, so it's like basically impossible to tell. But I would basically just say, like, if you're like oozing any fluids or coughing or sneezing or anything like that, you're probably still in the respiratory phase where it's trying to migrate. It's so shit that it's like still such a big problem. It's frankly like it really puts a damper in like one's ability to do anything. I'm like, oh wow, I finally have confidence in stuff now because I cured my PTSD and I did like 2 years of dialectical behavioral therapy and that has all helped me like manage my shit better. And now, like I'm ready to like make friends and like go places and do stuff and it's just like, nope, still COVID. And I'm like, well, I'm already disabled, so I'm really not interested in upping that ante any. Thank you very much. Life is already difficult enough. Hey, how are you, Gorge? Hey, Christy, how's it going today? And hello, Anansi as well. Hello. My teacher had COVID and she was ill for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's, I know some people who are still feeling quite ill after, you know, like a 2 or 3 week period. They're like, yeah, it's been like 16 days of this. Which sounds really difficult. Like, that's the thing about being disabled already as well. Mama Mephistopheles, hello! Welcome to the better chat, I will say. Like, YouTube is fine, but having my own website is pretty dank. Hello to the Morningstar system as well. And Dank Catlord, speaking of things that are dank. Like Mama Mephistopheles, I don't know if you saw my Halloween costume, but I decided to name the character. I can't really settle on, I want them to be called either Mephisto or just Phil, because you could take Mephistopheles. I can't decide, but I very much had a lot of fun on that stream. I should probably catch up on uploading my VODs so that I can be like, by the way, there's a VOD, go watch it, where you can see me with like long clicky nails. Mama Mephistopheles? Yeah, it's not hard. But it's like I've said that word a bunch recently, so like, you know, I have a little bit of an advantage. Anyway, this is the part of the stream where we kind of just hang out and, you know, catch up a little bit. This is, I really like this schedule because it gives me like a weekend kind of where I have like the Friday and the Saturday. I don't ever actually stop working though, is the frustrating thing. Like if I'm on Twitter, part of what I'm doing is being like, oh, well, that's news that we should talk about. Let me retweet that so that I can keep track of it for myself later. Let me add it to my stream notes. Or I'm editing or something, which we're getting caught up on editing. We're very close to being totally caught up on editing, which is great. Tomorrow I'm going on a date thing with a pretty lady at the mall. Ooh, that sounds fun. I would say technically I went on a date to the pumpkin patch in October, which was great. I enjoyed it a lot. It was very, very, very windy that day though. Like, oh God, it was so windy. And the thing about like a pumpkin patch is that there's not like grass, especially if it's just like acres of pumpkin patch, you know, it's just dirt and squash. Oh wow, that's impressive, Morningstar. It was my birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday, Analia. Hello. I'm so glad you made it another revolution around the sun. Yep. It's been I've been a little bit stressed this week for sure. I'm going to be moving relatively soon if you did not know that. So that's something that I'm just I've been sort of packing, a bit here and there. So it's like an ongoing process for a while. I will be taking a couple streams off at least when I am doing the actual moving. I'm not sure what that schedule is going to look like or when exactly we'll be back up to our normal several times a week. But, you know, before like mid-December, I'm sure we'll have things kind of back and up and running to normal. So, yeah, if you want to help cover that gap, as always, I appreciate donations, likes, shares, Patreon. Very good. But you know, it's just nice to like come here and sit down and hang out with y'all. Like pretty much every stream while I'm getting ready, I'm like, you know, I'm sitting here, I'm like making sure my camera's all on and all my stream shit is set up and everything. I like sit down and the music starts and I start seeing people come in and I'm like, damn, what a great job. Like it's really enjoyable. So thank you all for hanging out with me. I got invited to an early screening of the new Spielberg movie. Oh, so popular, Christy. That sounds fun. Your date sounds gay. Yeah, my partner and I have gone on a couple of very gay dates. Am late. Oh, only by like 10 minutes, Baphomet. Not terribly. Welcome in. Yeah, like my partner and I also went on a date where we went bug catching. Like, my head's kind of in the way right now because I'm putting my hair up. Sorry, I am trying to get it out of my face. Ooh, we're feeling a little cash mask today. I have bugs. The big container on the bottom is some very flat bugs. And on the top two are more like roly-poly looking bugs. They're all kind of roly-poly-ish, but the top two are like actually roly-poly looking. And some of those are ones that we caught at the park. Like we went to the park and caught roly-polies that were kind of pretty so that we could see like if you could get more of those like pretty brown coloring on the shells there. That's pretty much what having isopods as pets is about. It's about trying to get like fun colors. Oh, yikes, Andes. That is a really difficult situation, it sounds like. And I'm glad that you have made progress with it. So good on you. Hell yeah, cash mask. Yes. What is an isopod? Isopods are crustaceans. Like, there are types of isopods that live in the ocean, and they're kind of like shrimpy sort of, shrimps sort of, but like usually flat and different. But the roly-polies are like the ones that you find like in your, if you're in America at least, they're fucking everywhere. You go in your backyard, you pick up a rock, and there's like roly-polies, like pill bugs. Isopods, broadly speaking, because the one in the big jar here, with the like castles, they can't roll, so it's not technically accurate to call them roly-polies. Anyway, we're on a bug tangent early on in the stream. Listen, I have hobbies aside from being trans, all right? Listen, this is the thing. People criticize. People are like, oh my God, like, it's your whole personality being trans. Like, wow, could you maybe have, like, one single original thing about you? And it's like, I have a lot of other interests, but people don't necessarily give a shit. Like, if I'm sitting here talking about bugs, people are like, all right, I'm out. Like, they want to listen to me talk about Elon Musk and how Twitter fucking sucks now. And they want to watch me cry when we watch Philosophytube's video. Like, fair warning, we are going to watch, I think that we are going to go ahead and just watch the entirety of the video because, like, first of all, if you haven't already watched it, you should still watch it on your own time. It's like an hour and a half long. I'm not sure whether or not we're going to speed it up either, because part of the thing that I want to experience is, like, the emotions of it. I know literally 5 trans girls who play bass. It's such a good video. Yeah, I want to watch it by myself the first time. Yeah, totally understandable. Generally, I would say, like, I would recommend watching a video first before you watch it with me on stream. Before you watch it with anybody on stream, but sometimes it's just like a different filter that, I mean, like, sometimes it can kind of help to have a barrier between you and the content. That's just my personal opinion. I was about to watch it until I got the stream notification. Well, thank you for hanging out with us instead, Spider. It made me cry too. Yeah. I got banned from Omegle last night. Yeah. Is Omegle, like, cracking down on adult activity on the site? I feel like I've heard about that recently. I've watched it like 3 times. I'm glad that someone else does the same shit that I do. Like, I have to watch something several times in order to, like, really process it when it's something very big, like the Philosophytube video, especially because I had to pause it so many times while I was like, I gotta like go take a brief walk. But yeah, it's like I will be able to retain a lot of the information a lot better after I watch it a few times through. So we'll be doing that together. Yeah. There are parts of it that are, like, funny, I will say, because, I mean, Abigail is just a really, really, really great writer, and she's a great performer, so it comes across really well. It made me look at the GIC waiting list stats, and I cried. Yeah, I also have, like, already cried a little bit this morning because I watched an interview with Emma Darcy, which, like, I kind of... Do you think the stream will get zucked if we watch, like, the last minute and a half of a video that's, like, an interview with like the cast of Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon or whatever? Because, like, Emma Darcy is non-binary and plays one of the main characters in HBO's House of the Dragon, and I love them so much, and I've watched a bunch of interviews with them in it, and only one of them did the interviewer ask Emma about, like, what's it like being a non-binary person, like, in this role or, like, in this franchise or whatever. So I don't know. I teared up a little bit at one aspect of it. And by teared up a little bit, I mean, had to pause the video and immediately started, like, really very much crying. Like, it was a quick one. I've watched some ContraPoints and Lindsay Ellis several times. I haven't gone back in a while. Usually it'll just be like, I'll just get on a kick and I'll rewatch a bunch of ContraPoints or Lindsay Ellis or Philosophytube, like a bunch of them. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice slaps, Hungry Bears. Jokes on them. The therapist I found also agreed what they were doing was bullshit and wrote my letter pretty much immediately. Nice. Don't think I'm in the headspace for the new Philosophytube video. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna put like a content warning on the screen when we watch it because it's she is very like I think that she never intended. I don't want to start the segment yet. We'll talk about it later because that's like we'll talk about it later. Okay, it's just raw. All right. I've seen so many dicks on Omegle that if I was into men, I wouldn't be anymore. They raised the age from 13 to 18 a few weeks back, though. The new Philosophytube made me unreasonably angry at everyone and everything. Well, neurotic, it certainly made me feel a lot of things, you know, for sure. But I'm not ready to get into the serious topics yet. Because here's the thing, guys, like, folks, y'all, people, we and others, I said people and I was like, not all. Anyway, I have felt like things have been a real bummer lately. Do you all feel that way? Like, I definitely have been feeling like I am using a lot of escapism in my time when I'm not working. And you know, I think it's important for us to cover the news and stuff. And obviously, like, the segments are, like, good for the channel. When we get, like, oh, yeah, let's talk about this news item, or let's talk about this transphobe. Let's talk about fucking Buck Angel again, or whatever. So it's good for the channel growth. The streams and, like, what we do here, it needs to be a little bit more mixed. And I've definitely trended lately toward the more serious. And I want to like try to balance that out. And I'm not totally sure how to do that because like the Slay the Dragon segment is sort of intended to be that. But because we're on YouTube and the content can just be like completely unviewable permanently if we get caught out by like one meme in the middle of a whole thing. Like I would have to go in and like take that section out in order for the entire video to be viewable again. So, like, I mean, it's doable, right? But it's just obnoxious. And it's, like, something additionally, like, it can make the stream unfindable while we're streaming. So, like, while we're still live, if we're watching content that's copyrighted, it can, like, basically delist the stream from people's homepages, which is, like, you know, not good. So, I struggle. You know, Demon Mama has, like, Cooking Mama, which I think is great because it can be a mixture of, like, cringe and sort of delightful. And I like how it's interactive. That's another thing that I like. So I've been kind of pondering lately, like, are there any easy games that could be played? Not like video games. I cannot stream video games and stream in 1080p. I don't have the computer power for it. So I need to like either upgrade my computer or get like a similarly mid-tier second computer so that I can stream games. So like, and I don't like Jackbox games for the most part. Like, I mean, like, is there some kind of way that we can interact through the chat or something, or like have you vote on things or something along those lines, like, you know, or like practical games, like weird, I don't know, weird taste tests and shit. I don't know. For some reason your live streams like to load in potato quality. Really? How do people experience the streams? Because it's not just the stream that matters to me in streaming in 1080p. Because I pull all of my videos from the streams now. So if I'm streaming in 720, I have to upload all of my videos in 720. And that is a quality control thing that I just can't get over in the, like, it's the era of 4K and 8K. I cannot be uploading my videos in 720p. That's just a real sticking point for me. Some sort of choose our own adventure. Yeah, like that's the type of thing that I was thinking. We could play the Steam version of Uno. I love Uno. Listen, don't even get me started. I use Streamlabs OBS. I have to use Streamlabs OBS because of the website integrations, even though it's not optimal to use Streamlabs OBS. Hey, Dysphoria's Big, welcome, or Dysphoria's BIG is what it would be, right? Welcome to the website, first of all. This Philosophytube video was too relatable for me. I've been on the waiting list for over 1,000 days now, and I also work for the NHS, so I spend my life emailing and dealing with the system. That sounds really frustrating on both ends. Like, just immensely. So, you've been on a waiting list for like 3 years? That's insane. I'm so sorry. The stream sometimes gets laggy, but then I close other tabs and it usually works fine. We could do art, or you could do art with input from chat. Mephistopheles, that is a spectacular idea. And you know what? Part of the reason why it's such a spectacular idea is that I would love to get back into doing art. Matter of fact, this winter is going to be a weird one for me because I have never not lived in the company of my partner or my parents or something. So I am going to be having a way more like complete alone time with no input. So I want to get into doing music. I want to get into doing art again. And I'm really excited for this to be like something that I potentially share with like patrons, for example. I do vlogs on my Patreon for $3 tier subscribers and above. So if you want to see like some more of that stuff this winter, potentially be on the lookout for that. I'll also probably post pictures and shit on social media. I am, okay, I'm ready to talk about fucking Twitter. All right, it's been like a half an hour. I'll respond to some of these chats, but then I'm ready to start talking about Twitter. But that's a really great idea, Mephistopheles. I'm actually going to write it down. Because otherwise I will never remember. Cool. Hello, Mersh. Welcome in. I appreciate you hanging out. Slaps Hungry Bears says Monster Camp and Monster Road Trip are games that you can customize for streaming, and the choices you are prompted are easy to vote on. Is it like in a browser window? Because I think that would be the only way that this would be doable. Hey, Ivy, how's it going? I've also lived with other people with during most of my adult life. This is the first year I've been on my own, and let me tell you, it's been awesome. I'm like excited about it and also extremely not enjoying it because I'm separating from my partner. It's not like the best time. It's like I vacillate wildly back and forth between being like, I'm so excited to decorate my new apartment, and then other times I'm like, bro, being alone is going to be very, very, very weird. Get a whiteboard and we guess what you're drawing. Ooh, that's another good idea. Guess what I'm drawing. Ooh. We could play Hangman. That sounds fun. All right, I've got some ideas now. Thank you. I like this, like, doing something physical and then interfacing with the chat. So I've got some ideas for some cool shit now. Thank you. It's a multiplayer visual novel. It doesn't take a lot of computer power to run. I could try it, but the stream, she does not like playing games during it. Maybe reacting to music on stream. It's just so hard to not get caught out. Even if it's like indie, like as soon as they sign, like then the content is going to go down. Oh, I could try the game off stream potentially. Oi, Corpse Candy, hello. I cannot speak today. All right, anyway, hello. So I'm ready to get started, and I would like to talk about Twitter first. And if you all are ready to talk about Twitter, then on the YouTube page, you should click the like button real fast. It's so quick and it's free, and it immediately helps the channel, and you are such an angel for doing it. Thank you so much in advance. And if you're on the website, if you're on the YouTube chat and you're on a computer right now, it doesn't really work so well on mobile, but this chat is from my website and not from Twitch. So you should join us over here because we have cooler emojis. So has anyone else's experience of using Twitter changed in the last week or so? Because at first I didn't really notice much of a difference. And I started noticing different things, I think, to other people. Because mostly what I noticed was I stopped using Twitter. So you're part of why my experience has changed. Like a bunch of people just dead ass hopped off the platform. Like I haven't seen any updates from like Aaron in the Morn, who I usually get my news from. I'm like, oh, do I have to go follow all these people off platform? Like fucking God. Somebody said, Summerstar says, Twitter's report system is a mess. I could report someone telling me to off myself and the bot is like, we couldn't find a violation. That's been a problem for a long time, I think. I don't know that that's a real change. Although one thing that seems to potentially be happening with this Twitter thing, more people coming in. If you're just coming in, please hit the like button. It's so fast and it immediately helps the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. There's just like an immediate, like, there is a somewhat of a change in the way that the algorithm is applying to conservatives potentially now, because it has been widely known that conservatives don't get their content policed according to actual TOS, right? Like, they go saying crazy shit basically all the time. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Some of the stuff that we've covered on stream about Marjorie Taylor Greene is like pretty off the wall, unhinged. And for some reason, it's not being subjected to the same terms of service as everyone else. And we're like, fucking why? The answer is, I think Facebook in particular may have been sued over this, if I'm not, or at least had to like testify in front of Congress about like mediation of their website and like, why should we continue to allow you to regulate yourselves type of conversation. And one of the conversations I remember, because I'm the kind of person who watches fucking Senate proceedings now. Like, this is the adult that I've grown into. I'm so disappointed in myself. I remember Zuckerberg being questioned by conservative and Republican members of the committee, and them basically being like, what can you say about this bias against conservatives where conservative content keeps getting limited? And like, as a result of that sort of threat of regulatory action looming over the operation of the website, they ended up like basically removing some of their moderation, like having a way lighter hand on the moderation basically. Whereas like on Facebook, you can still get your account like temporarily suspended for just saying the phrase "men are trash." That's not a lie, by the way. If you haven't frequented Facebook in a few years, that's what it's like over there now. And simultaneously, the Republican conservative content was largely just being allowed to proliferate. And then more recently, as a result of that, there's been more criticism towards Facebook of like, you are the reason why like this kind of toxic environment has gotten increasingly polarized. There are like 20 more viewers in here than there are likes on the video. Real quick, babes. Like 1 quick second. Just hit like for me, please. I love you. Thank you. Facebook is cancer. Yeah, the thing that sucks is like, I kind of like having a place to like talk to my friends, and like Facebook is a kind of invaluable resource when it comes to like bottom surgery stuff. Although I guess you can find some of the same shit on Reddit. It's just sometimes people are not willing to share things unless they are totally private, not just anonymous, but totally private. Conservative content breaks TOS more often. Yeah, for sure. Some people are leaving the platform. I'm learning less about interesting things, less variety. Mostly people are just complaining about Twitter. Yeah, like it's the past week, I'm like, okay, I got like news that I want to cover, and like, what queer discourse are we talking about today? And they're just talking about how much the platform sucks now, I guess. I get banned on Facebook all the time for bashing transphobes. I left because of the supremacists years ago. I thought about getting back on, but then ended up finding out about Mastodon. I still don't understand how Mastodon works, although I'm sort of passively gathering information about how it works from just sort of being on Twitter, where people, again, are talking about jumping ship all the time. By the way, I have been noticing that I am not getting nearly as many interactions on my tweets this past couple days, really, is what I've noticed. Early on, some people were saying, so if you want to follow me, where I'm going to start probably posting more often is on Tumblr, like luxanderreal.tumblr.com. Because yeah, like it's just, I've cultivated my audience there, and it's such shit. Like, it's part of the reason why I stopped posting on Facebook as much. Like, I can't talk about my job on Facebook at all, which sucks, because it's supposed to be the place where I'm like, all of my like IRL friends are there, and like people I've known for a really long time. Like, I can't talk about my job on that platform because I get throttled. Like, my posts don't show up, and my posts don't really show up for most people anyway. Or at least they don't get very much interaction. And it's like, yeah, again, like it's a place where I was trying to post personally. I can't post links to my videos on Twitter, or sorry, on Facebook, which is fine, I guess, because it's like, all right, I guess this is just not what this platform is for anymore. But yeah, those like certain terms when I'm like, if I say the words stream or live or subscribers, like it kills my posts. And I've seen the same thing happening on Twitter gradually for a while. So then, you know, I post on Twitter about more just like general things and not just work stuff. But then like even my personal posts talking about shit are getting like zero interaction. And like live stream keeps loading. Is it better to be on YouTube or on the Luxander site? The site is just an embed of the YouTube video. So either way, you might just need to do a refresh. I hope, at least. Hopefully that's not an issue with the website persisting. Because then I'd have to get in touch with fucking White Nervosa and bother her, and I don't like bothering her. Yeah, just refresh your browser real quick. All my friends are on Discord or Insta. But like I've cultivated, yeah, like I said, like I have like 4,000 followers on Twitter, and it's been just like kind of gradually getting worse in terms of post interaction and shit. Occasionally I'll have one that does okay, but like for having fucking 4,000 followers, I can reasonably expect most weeks anyway to get like maybe 10 likes, maybe 20 likes on my average tweets. This week, like I posted a couple today. And is it just because it's Sunday? Is it just because it's fucking Sunday that I like tweet about random shit in the morning on a Sunday and people like just don't see my tweets at all? I posted about, I just did some retweets and some like random small tweets this morning. I guess one of them got like 6 likes. That's cool. But it's like the platform is like, it just like there's a lot less of a point to use it if your fucking shit is not going out to the people who have followed you. I set up a list on there to try to make it easier. I'm like, oh, these are actually people who I want to see. So it's a separate little homepage kind of. People have been having issues with their list pages not auto refreshing. Like the website is starting to be buggy because so many staff has left. True. Isn't it ironic that Musk said, let that sink in, and then proceeded to poetically sink Twitter? It's true. Like there is just so much random bullshit happening. How long has it been? Has it only been a week? Am I wrong in thinking that it's only been like a week? Let's just look up Musk on Twitter and see like what people are talking about today. While simply trying to park itself, Tesla takes off at high speed on its own, kills 2. Oh, I don't think I want to watch this video. But I trust you that that's a Tesla going out of control, and now you know that tweet exists. Musk trying to correct Bernie about insulin prices just to be called a liar by his own website. Priceless. Yes, I saw this one. Bernie Sanders says, let's be clear, Eli Lilly should apologize for increasing the price of insulin by over 1,200% since 1996, up to the current price of $275. Meanwhile, it costs less than $10 to manufacture it. The investors of insulin sold their patents in 1923 for $1 in order to save lives, not to make Eli Lilly's CEO obscenely rich. There was, yeah, that whole debacle. Oh God, it's like everything is so many layers deep at this point. It's like, well, in order to understand this, you would have to understand that because of the new Twitter Blue, you can pay $8 to get a verified badge, verified situation meant that like giant corporate accounts were being impersonated by people who wanted to shitpost for $8. And how much, hold on. How much was the total, like for the past week? Oh, here we go. Okay, so this pharmaceutical company called Eli Lilly, they make insulin, and they sell it for an enormous markup. And their company value over this tweet the tweet said like, insulin is going to be free now. And their like stock market value has just plummeted since that tweet. And it has recovered slightly, but boy howdy, is that a big difference even from this slight recovery peak. So Yeah, like that is, so that's what you need to know in order to understand this. Um, uh, and then Elon Musk replied to Bernie Sanders. Like this man is like replying to people directly who are bitching about his website, is one of the embarrassing things about it. He said, full answer to the insulin price question is complex. The short answer, however, is that original insulin discovered in 1921, not 1923, is inexpensive, costing as little as $25. First of all, he did not say that they invented or discovered insulin in 1923. You dipshit. You can't read, apparently, because what he said was that they sold it in 1923. So both of these facts are not contradictory to each other. Wow, what a fucking moron. And then he says new higher efficacy analog variants of insulin are more expensive. Like, he's like, there's been an innovation or change in insulin since it was invented that makes it more expensive because they've done more stuff to it. Is that true? Because I kind of think like insulin is one of those things that's just been like it's a hormone. Like, once you discover it, like, what do you like? How are you going to make it more efficient? Like, isn't the goal to just like match the human cell perfectly? Like, I don't fucking get whatever. I'm not diabetic, thank God. I had a diabetic cat who died, but you know, I didn't know anything in specific about the medicine. I was just like, this is what I gotta do. It's like animal insulin or whatever. I don't fucking know. Anyway, there was I love this reader's added context. I had never seen this until Musk joined up. Was this his idea? Because like, who do you mean readers? Did like people who are reading it add context? Like, who are readers? Who is the fact checker here? Elon Sims for Stephen King. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway, a RAND study in 2020 found that in the United States, the average price of a standard unit of insulin is $99.94, but in non-US countries, the average price is $9.32. Like, yeah, I had never seen this feature before. So that's embarrassing. You very silly man who cannot read. Let's see. What other silly things? Oh yeah? This is a brilliant idea, man. Rolling out soon, Twitter will enable organizations to identify which other Twitter accounts are actually associated with them. He's just reinvented verification. Verified public figure, verified entertainment, verified news organization and journalist. Like, verified bots, good bots. Interestingly, none of these look like ones that you would need to pay for. All these look like ones that you would need to like apply for, like some kind of verification system that you would apply for. Weird how that works. Strange. Quite strange. Anyway, let's see. Drink some water, y'all. Hey, have you drank any water since the stream started? Because I haven't, and I've been talking for fucking 40 minutes. Gay. So I'm gonna drink some water now, and you should too. Hail hydrate. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god, is this true? This person says that Elon Musk, the real Elon Musk, lost his official verification on Twitter and now only has the Twitter blue checkmark that makes this account indistinguishable from every other fake Twitter blue verified celebrity right now. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I'm drinking a hot decaf coffee. I have a little bit of cold decaf coffee left in my Skepticon cup. There was an additional update this morning that was also very funny about Elon Musk and him responding to a senator. Was that what happened? Yeah. So, this is embarrassing. A Washington Post reporter was able to create a verified account impersonating me, Ed Markey, who is the senator for Massachusetts. I'm asking for answers from Elon Musk, who is putting profits over people and his debt over stopping disinformation. Twitter must explain how this happened and how to prevent it from happening again. And here's like a letter that they're sending to Mr. Musk asking for him to be accountable for this. And then Elon Musk responded, perhaps it is because your account, your real account sounds like a parody. Yeah, so I love Alejandra Caraballo. We talk about her all the time on the stream. Or not we talk about her. We talk about her commentary. Like, she provides good info. She's a lawyer, I think. Anyway, I'm just spitballing here, but it might not be a good idea to mock a senator with direct oversight over your companies, because Ed Markey is on these... Jesus Christ. He's on the subcommittee in communications, media, and broadband. He's on the subcommittee for consumer protection, product safety, and data security. Oh, fuck. And he's on the subcommittee on space and science and other shit, but shit that doesn't really affect Elon Musk very directly. That's great. That's fucking hilarious. Like, it gets better, though, because it does get better. Here we go. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. We're going to looking at the senator for Massachusetts guy. Where? Here it is. So Elon Musk had said, perhaps it is because your real account sounds like a parody, and Ed Markey quote tweeted it, or his fucking staffer did, whatever. One of your companies is under a Federal Trade Commission consent decree. Auto Safety Watchdog. I don't know what NHTSA is. What is NHTSA? Hold up. Let's figure that out. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Fuck. He's so fucked. Hold on. Okay. Let's start over. One of your companies is under a Federal Trade Commission consent decree. The Auto Safety Watchdog organization is investigating you for killing people, your company for killing people, and you're spending your time picking fights online. Fix your companies or Congress will. Senator, it's time to raise taxes on billionaires. True, Merrick. Oh my God. I love Merrick. She's great. She has some really sick tattoos as well. Like, why would you fuck with... I guess he just doesn't check first. Like, I'm guessing that he just doesn't bother to, like, check and see who he's talking shit to. He was like, oh yeah, U.S. Senator from Massachusetts. That's what it said. Wait, does it say any further details in this guy's... Oh, so he doesn't say in his profile that he's on those particular things that affect Elon directly. He does say he's the chair of subcommittees on clean air, climate, and nuclear safety, and on East Asia and the Pacific, fighting for a Green New Deal. But yeah, I guess Elon didn't check further to, like, realize that Ed Markey is, like, in charge of some of the shit that's going on with, like, investigating your companies. Or, like, not investigating, like, I should say, they're going to be able to use the findings of the FTC and the NHTSA in order to create legislation based on that data. You know? Death true. Elon Musk is a parody of himself. It really is. Like, it's so difficult to understand what's happening in this man's head. Like, that's the weird thing, is I just can't understand him. And I think that's part of why this train wreck is just so mesmerizing. Because it's like, what is he going to do next? Like, nobody knows what he's going to do next. I certainly have not been able to figure it out. Okay, I'm still on Ed Markey. I want to go back to looking at the Musk tweets. Musk. I'll paraphrase. Senator says, someone impersonated me on Twitter and I'm a government official. That's bad. Please address this, Elon. Musk, fuck you. Oh my God, excuse me. That's true. Elon Musk's just slowly finding out the most basic information about the platform he bought by getting fact-checked on it. Elon says, Twitter drives a massive number of clicks to other websites / apps. Biggest click driver on the internet by far. No, you fucking throttle everybody's links. You think that I don't know what you're doing? You think that I cannot tell? Like, a selfie gets like 60 likes and a fucking mid-tier take about House of the Dragon gets like 10 likes, and like I post a link to my fucking channel or my Patreon or a GoFundMe and it gets like 2 likes, maybe. Frankly, one of my GoFundMe links got pretty far, but that was like the first week and I kept retweeting it forever. Still have a GoFundMe running, by the way. If you want to help me finish acquiring furniture like a bed and move into my new place and cover the fact that I'm not going to be available to stream for a bit while I'm moving, hit exclamation point move in the chat. I love that in Star Trek Discovery first season, the literal Nazi from a parallel Nazi dimension loves Elon Musk. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that, but I have seen people, one of my friends, Gayfesh, being like, this is cringe that they mention Elon Musk in this context of like, oh, he's great. But then like, spoiler alert for the show that I've never watched. They were like, oh, but it's like a parallel universe guy who is currently pretending to be the normal one. So it's fine. But I've never seen the show, so I cannot say. Cannot possibly say. Can we get another round of likes? If you haven't hit like yet, it takes a quick second on the stream, and I very much appreciate it. It really helps. I know I say that with like a dead tone of voice, but it really does. Sorry, I had an autistic moment where I was not modulating my voice appropriately. My bad. Let's see if there's more funniness. Like, am I missing anything important with regards to this Musk situation? Like, am I missing any highlights? Yes, Mersh, I got your message. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. Obviously, it's going to help a lot. I should use my Tumblr more. People are cool on Tumblr. Yeah, I'm going to be more active on Tumblr from this point forward, just because, like, I kind of want to have a longer form place to, like, talk about my thoughts anyway. Twitter has just been, like, the primary platform for a long time. And if it's going to be so little engagement and, like, fewer and fewer people posting and fewer interesting things posting, like I'm just feeling like it's a bummer. Like, where am I, like, what community am I going to find? Like, because that's part of what we do on this channel is, like, it's not just that we talk about the news. We also talk about stuff within a particular subgroup of community. So, like, you know, there's all these lefties who I want to follow. Like, I hope that, like, Vosh and Xanderhall and Demon Mama remain on the platform, because, like, where are we all going to go to? And all the random trans people that I have, like, cursory interactions with through the platform and stuff, like, it has been a kind of enriching way of like expanding my own mind. Like, I can be like, oh, the Standing Rock protests are happening a lot. I happen to have, like, one or two Native American people ending up in my, like, stream of timeline. Like, oh, I'm gonna start following these people. And then so, like, in this course of, like, 2 weeks, I end up following, like, 10 or maybe a dozen Native American people. And then, like, that's just, like, a human perspective that is part of my life now. And the same with, like, any other group of people. Like, more recently, I'm wanting to follow, like, detrans people who are non-toxic, like, not transphobic detrans people, because I want to be familiar with their lives in general. Like, I'm, you know, like, that's just how I operate. And I'm just recognizing that there are some things about this platform that, like, while this platform has allowed a lot of violent speech and transphobia and racism, it has also been a place where I've met people, and, like, I mean, like, one of my main people that I talk to right now is someone that I met through Twitter, basically. Like, I was complaining about how I didn't have friends, and then, like, now there's, like, 3 people who I can reach out to and talk to at any given time, basically, but, like, one who I do really regularly talk to. And it sucks that that's going to go away. There's plenty of people who, like, have partners that they met on Twitter, which is, like, kind of crazy to me. Like, it's like a joke, but it's also true that, like, Twitter is the main trans girl dating site. God, my hair is being so funky today. Grayson's Projects is a cool D-trans person. She's on YouTube, IDK about Twitter. Okay, let me try to look up real quick and see if I've already subscribed to this person. I'm probably not really going to watch D-trans content on YouTube, but I can check. Wow, 403,000 subscribers. 400,000 subscribers. I think I have to detransition, guys. Oh, God fucking damn it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Most of her stuff is not about detransition. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I will say, though, that the top thing when you... Like, this is the video for people who are not yet subscribed to her channel, is, like, exposing my pre-detransition pics. Gasp, like, open mouth face emoji. I hate these people. Oh, clipped. Anyway... I was joking, guys. I'm joking. Guys, I have like a running joke on the channel about how like I just would make a lot more money if I became a shit person. Like if I was like, I am a D-trans and I got sucked into it when I was a teenager. Like, you know, I could really go ham with it, but I would not do that. I had a Tumblr, but I have no idea how to use it. Mastodon has been pretty cool so far. It just needs money for servers and more people on it. I suppose that's fair enough. Hello, B Coy. Welcome to the website chat. We appreciate you hanging out. It's true, grifting makes more money. Yes, absolutely. It's definitely clickbaity, but the video is pretty cool. Yeah, I might get back and check later. Sucked into it, Smuggy. Absolutely. There's been I'm sure there's been an influx of people to Mastodon. Like, people really are leaving Twitter and focusing on stuff elsewhere. People don't want to contribute to Elon Musk's, like, livelihood. They don't want to, like, I mean, because Twitter, like, is the community. You know, someone said a town square without people in it is just a plot of land. You know, it isn't... Like, being populated by people is what makes it the thing that it is. So Twitter isn't anything if there aren't people here posting, right? But it's like, I don't really like fault people for wanting to get off the platform, because it's not just that we're concerned about increased hate speech or limited reach, like being forced to pay for services that were previously free. Like, there's also a good chance that the website will just stop working. Like, have any of you experienced any bugs with the website? Some people have reported that their notifications weren't quite working, like that they were receiving notifications, that they were not receiving notifications even though people were interacting with their tweets. I have started to notice that on Facebook, actually, previously, where it's like, I have to go back, or I'll get maybe like notifications that people are hitting the like button on my posts, but then I go back and look at them and they are actually like multiple comments that I just didn't get notifications for. Hey, what's up, Dank Catlord? Mastodon is very based in poggers. Musk honestly doesn't understand what he has with Twitter. He has proven he has more money than common sense. I mean, I think he's well done proven that for a long time. Funny how if you fire a lot of your employees, you have a lot of issues. Yeah. What was the other thing? What was the name of the guy? It was Luke something. There's been layoffs. I'm just going to look up Luke, because this was... Oh my god, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. There was some guy who was like a senior executive of some kind within Twitter. They've laid off a bunch of people. I think that they have contractors still, because I think those contractors maybe like they cannot legally break the contracts with them at this time. So that like, I think some of the remaining staff is still on because of that. The trans survey is still up for a week more. You can still do it for a week. It'll take you 30 to 90 minutes. You should do it. Sorry for that aside. I just saw Andy's Mint's comment in the chat there. If you're a United States citizen living abroad, or if you just live in the US, either way. Yeah, up until the 19th. The day before Trans Day of Remembrance, which is next Sunday. And we will be streaming, but a little bit later in the day. He's been laying off employees, a bunch of them, and there was a claim that Elon Musk... There was a claim that he fired people based on, oh my God, this is on Medium. There was a claim that he fired people based on how many lines of code they had written in the last year. Which is like stupid, because I think like the more lines of code you have to write, it means like the more you have to try to compensate for not knowing how to do something correctly in the first place, or like you haven't learned the simple way to do a thing yet. So kept like all of the people who struggle writing code the most, actually. I don't even write code. This is just like basic fucking common sense about how shit works. Like I did used to fuck around with HTML and like CSS, but that was like fucking more than a decade ago. Yeah, he also made a bunch of employees print out all of the code that they had written in the last, I think, year, something like that. So yeah, we're like a lot of increased oversight all of a sudden, and a lot of like, you have to prove what you even do here bullshit, you know? Is it bad that I always forget when TDOR is? Yeah, no, I always forget that it's coming because it's the worst thing that exists, like holiday wise. I don't like TDOR. I really don't. First of all, because like for me, it's like a funeral. Like I went to a TDOR thing once, and it was like we walked from one place to another in the style of a protest, like did some chants and stuff while we were walking. And like during that part, there were some people near me who were just kind of chatting about whatever. And I felt really upset by that, but I also went alone. So it's like, maybe if I had a friend there, it would have felt different. But then we went to like the reading, and it was like a lot of crying and stuff. And I'm like, I expose myself on a regular basis to all of the shit that happens to trans people all the time. And I don't like that our kind of like only 2 days that we have are like Trans Day of Visibility. Like, hi, we exist. And the other day is like, hi, look at how many of us have died. You know, like it's just very shit. And I think it's like the autism. Like, I just can't not take it very seriously. So I just don't like it very much. But yes, they have been doing all kinds of crazy shit at Twitter. Some people are finding out that they're getting fired by like seeing some tweets alluding to layoffs and then going in trying to log into their accounts for their job and like finding out that they're locked out. So, which it kind of reminds me of like, wait, who was that one guy like found out that he was fired by Trump when Trump went on TV to announce that he was fired? Who was that? I don't remember any of the names. I only remember it this time because I'm on security for it this year. Otherwise, dissociation around death. Yeah, I think about death a lot and everything, and like TDOR very specifically, I just don't have good feelings about. I don't like there's a pressure on me as a trans creator. There always has been, to comment on whatever shitty thing is happening. You know, like I was talking to one of my friends who is a content creator, basically, like numerous multimedia content creator. And he was saying like, oh yeah, you could talk about like this new Dave Chappelle special that just came out. Pick your fucking poison. Pick one. I don't remember when this conversation happened. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to feel like I don't want to feel like I have to talk about Dave fucking Chappelle. Like, I don't want to feel obligated to talk about that. So every year I forget that it's about to be Trans Day of Remembrance and it's coming up. And I'm like, I don't want to feel like I am obligated to observe this. Like, every time it comes around, it feels like it hasn't been long enough since the last time we did TDOR. Does that make any sense? Is that like an ADHD time fucked problem that I have? I just don't like it. Oh, Andy's Mints. TDOR is Transgender Day of Remembrance. It's when we like come together and honor and remember trans people who've died. And like the list, it depends on where you're going. Like sometimes they just list out the ones who've died within the past year. Sometimes it's specifically not just the ones who've died. Sorry, excuse me. It's trans people who've died from suicide or murder, basically, or who've gone missing. There are also some that are just like, this person went missing and we don't know what happened to them. It just sucks. It's not a great time. But we are going to be on a panel next week talking about TDOR and PTSD specifically. So I think that's a good topic for that day, because I want to talk about not only like what PTSD is, how to recognize it and everything. I want to spread the message that you can cure it, because that's really important to me. Like, that's a brand new, very important thing for me to make sure every queer person I know knows. TDOR forgets about trans people who died by suicide. I thought that we specifically included them. Maybe it's just the memorial that I went to. Yeah, Mama Mephistopheles, I think Chappelle did or is going to do SNL. Yes, he did, actually, last night. So far, I'm not seeing any talk of him doing, any transphobic jokes during his monologue or anything, but I have read that he supposedly minimized Kanye's anti-Semitism and made anti-Semitic jokes. So, but that's like part of what it occurred to me, like, oh yeah, shit, I should talk about Dave Chappelle. And I'm like, but I don't fucking want to. I don't want to talk about him or think about him very much. It's always felt like such a depressing day. I feel like it's more useful for cis people to celebrate with each other to spread awareness on our behalf while we're just trying to be happy with ourselves, happy being ourselves. My headcanon, in order to not feel terrible, is that the peeps that went missing just went cottagecore and fucked off into the woods. That's a pretty good way to think about it. We really are in the cool zone, to quote Vosh. I haven't been watching much Vosh recently. I don't know what this is alluding to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sisukara. Different memorials do different things, different stuff. Also, hello, creature of the Fae. I'm only here for my lunch, but hi, new Philosophytube video was so good. Yes, it was good, and it was sad. If there's anybody who knows how to start a new life, it's trans folks. I feel like that used to be fairly common. Like 40 years ago, I feel like it probably wasn't very uncommon for people to be like, think about like before the age of cellular devices, right? Think about when you would have to look people up in the phone book, and like, you would have to like receive a phone number from someone in order to know how to get in touch with them. Like, they might have a landline or whatever, but you could just drop your life and transition and like start a new life in a city halfway across the country. And I think that probably wasn't super uncommon. Yeah, it was very easy to not be found. There was no social media. Like, if you changed your name, like, I don't even know that there were the same requirements back then for, posting in the newspaper that you'd changed your name. Because the credit system, like, if we're talking, like before the credit system was established in the 80s, like if you transitioned in the 70s, there would be zero evidence if you did not want there to be. You might even be able to request to have your court documents sealed. Weird that YouTube didn't notify me about Philosophytube's video. What's up, Shalander? Here's a little nugget from me to you, all of you. I know that some of you are going to get annoyed by this, basically like it's a plug or whatever, but like, if you were to hit subscribe on my channel and hit the bell and request like all notifications or custom notifications to me, that's great. About 13% of my subscribers have done that. Of that number, about half of you have not initiated notifications from YouTube itself. So like, if you tell YouTube like, no, I don't want you to send me desktop notifications, I don't want you to send me notifications on my phone, then even if you hit the bell on every channel that you subscribe to, you will get 0 notifications. So you always need to double check those settings. Sometimes they push an update and stuff gets reset. So always check on those things, because then you'll have like, instead of only there being like 6% of you getting the notifications, the actual 13% of you who've clicked that button would be seeing it. I'm going to allow the roasting in the YouTube chat. This is why website chat is so much better than YouTube chat. I think Mia Mulder talked in one video about how the expectation was to just disappear to another city and tell no one. Right, like I think that probably was fairly common at a certain point. It feels like a common theme of this stream is I don't want to fucking do this, and it's like Sag. Yeah, by this I mean really fucking miserable topics. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, we need to establish some positivity in our lives, and I want this stream to be a place where you could potentially get that and not just constantly be bummed out. That's how I did it in 2012. Damn, Rexy. I mean, like, it's fucking... Oh, it's ancestral as well. A couple people. I guess that used to be the norm. I imagine there probably was pressure to just get away from everyone who could possibly... Like, frankly, I have some family members, like my dearly beloved grandparents who are still living, who I haven't talked to in years, because I just was like, boy, howdy, do I not want to try to have any of these conversations with you people. I know that it's going to be a struggle. I know, like, my grandparents are like, my grandma got pissed off when my dad was letting me read Harry Potter when I was like 7, right? Like, it was like a fucking problem. And we continued to have problems, like, as I realized I was an atheist and my family got all fucked up about that. I was like, I am not going to explain transness or queerness to any of you. At one point I did show up for Christmas kind of randomly a few years back just because I thought it would be funny, but I guess I hadn't transitioned hard enough and it didn't really like make any difference as far as like them gendering me different or anything. So I just was like, yeah, I'm not going to explain any of this shit to these people. So I get that impulse. Maybe she knew about J.K. Rowling. True. Cat Black said trans people appear just to disappear. I don't know if I've heard that video from her, but that's interesting. I tried to do that and failed really hard. It's significantly harder to do now, for sure. Mephistopheles says, positivity, I went on a lunch date yesterday with another trans girl and it extended out to dinner. We really hit it off and synced well in conversation and are both cuddly people. That's awesome. I have been receiving slightly more cuddles recently than usual, and that has been quite comforting. I think that cuddles actually regulate your nervous system. Like, I think that the release of oxytocin, like, actually regulates your body. So it feels good. I think Dylan Mulvaney can be a bit over the top for my taste, but the outrageous positivity of her content is very refreshing. Maybe we should learn from that and just chat about the fun parts of being trans. I did a video on that at some point. It was many fucking years ago, though. So yeah, for sure. I would love to have those kind of conversations more often. If you had a theme song to play before stream akin to Demon Mama's Imp Mother Lullaby, what would you want it to be like? Well, I mean, Baphomet, you kind of like, I mean, I feel like you probably have a pretty decent idea of the kind of vibe that I like leading up to stream with because of like the sort of variety that I play before stream. But I know that you're not always here immediately at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, sometimes I kind of feel like the music that I pick has this sort of like expectant tone of like, it's almost like, yeah, this music has the tone of like, yeah, we're just gonna watch this bitch. Like, we're just gonna watch and see what's going on here. Like, I don't know. I usually miss the music bits sagely. Yeah, obviously there's the VOD channel. I could send you some of my favorite ones and to get you kind of an idea. Chum Guzzler, I'm all worked up now. I meant more like genre-wise. That's a really hard question. What does genre mean? Like, I don't, like when it comes to electronic music, right? Because I guess broadly speaking, I like electronic music for the start of a stream, right? Oh man. Creature of the Fade, did you say I want to get on HRT so bad, but I'm in... Where is that? Texas? Or were you trying to say something else? Texas? Are you trying to say you're in Texas? Gender en français. True. Hello, Nouvenal. Guitar-y or rocky or electronic. Yeah, electronic-y, for sure. See ya, soy boy. Yes, take that survey. It's gonna take you like a half an hour to 60 minutes maybe. Come back after you're done. We will still be here. Texas is informed consent. Yeah, I don't know if this person is a minor. I've been listening to Single right now by Tammy T. It's my anthem at the moment. Okay, you live in Texas. Yes, that's what or are you laughing at me for thinking that that's what you were trying to write? I don't know what we're trying to say here. You overestimate my reading speed, but yes, later dogs. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. It's just a spelling issue. Tejas is Texas, but Spanish. Texas. I assume. I don't speak Spanish. I took 3 years of French. Genre is from the same root word as gender. That was instrumental in getting my mom to understand the concept of genderqueer. Oh, that's cool. Not a minor, just scared. Well, Mama Mephistopheles on the website chat says that she has resources. By the way, if you're on the website chat and you're new to the site chat, first of all, you can get a cool color name by getting a subscription that's like goes directly to me, as opposed to like YouTube, who tries to take like 50% of your money. But also you can go into your account thing in the top. Where am I? Your top right, my top left. You can go into the account button over here and select your pronouns so that it shows up in a little hover over whenever someone hovers over your name on the website chat. It is extremely convenient. Just pick your pronouns out of the little drop down menu and then hit the green save button in the corner and come back. Do you think junking an older car would be better for the environment than fixing it up to sell it? How old of a car, I guess, is a question. Like, I don't know. I feel like cars in general are not great, but I also like couldn't fault you for wanting to have a project or for wanting to make money, you know? It's true, NBJ points out, that being a subscriber lets you use the exclusive emotes. We do have just special emotes on the website in general, though. I took 3 years of German and I still can't count in it. I can count in several languages up to a certain point. I can get to 10 in several languages. Like I can do it in Japanese. It's like I can count some in Spanish. I can count in French. I could probably count to like 100 in French, actually. I don't know that I could get much further than that, though. I took 4 years of Latin and know none of it. I'm just saying that, like, I could have learned a useful language. Like, I could know more fundamentals of Spanish than I do fundamentals of French. They're fucking similar enough, but you know what I'm trying to say. Hey, welcome to the website chat, Chum Guzzler. Someone taught me to count to 9 in German. Yeah, I do not know any German, really. The last time I spoke to someone about the German language in person, they got really fucking creepy toward me. So I'm like, Can you count to 80 in French? Yeah, there's 2 different ways to do it. 4 20s. Counting in French is very silly. I keep fucking up whenever... listen, if you're not a regular viewer of mine, if you're relatively new here, sometimes we just get into fucking, like, linguistics tangents, okay? This is, I guess, part of what people enjoy about being here, is that, yes, we talk about the serious politics and stuff, but also we just go on to complete non sequitur bullshit, just talking about whatever's on my mind, and I like being able to do that. Like, so thank you for enabling me. Do neo-Nazis learn German a lot? I don't know. Would they be willing to put in that much effort? But I fuck up counting in Japanese because it's ichi ni san chi go roku nana. Like, it used to be shichi, but because shichi sounds really close to the word for death, which I don't know the word for death, but it sounds really close to that, I guess. It's bad luck. Like, the number 7 is bad luck in Japanese. So I fuck it up every time I'm trying to do it now. I'm like, ichi ni san shi go roku shichi hachi. I'm like, no. Nana hachi. I can't remember the last couple. I like your tangents. It satisfies my autistic brain. Well, good. I'm glad. Our autism is like vibing. I wanted to take Latin as well, but the teacher who was supposed to teach Latin, like I was ready to sign up for it for the next year, but he retired over that summer because he got lymphoma and had to focus on cancer treatment all the time. So that sucked a bit. And so I took etymology instead, which was still a pretty fulfilling class. And I got to be with like the one out gay teacher at the time, which was good. Like I wasn't really that involved with my queerness yet, but it was still just like a passively positive thing for me to have a gay person in a position of like authority, you know, or whatever. I don't know. Vibing autistically true. Do not recommend German, says Rexy. The language is clunky and super gendered. About 30% of our grammar makes next to no sense. The only reason why I would consider German is because I think it sounds interesting when an English speaker, like an American English speaker, is speaking German to me. Because of their American accent, it sounds like they're saying something I should be able to understand, but I just can't quite get there. Like, it's like kind of how I imagine it would feel to have a stroke. Sisukara says, talk to another non-binary person who uses Hungarian, which is close to Finnish, so we will get into talking about the respective words for something. That's fun. Yeah. I've shown the video before on the channel where it's like a guy who studies Old Norse and a guy who studies Old English, like simulate what it would be like for someone who speaks each of those languages to come upon each other, like, in the world. Like, they're sort of mutually intelligible, but not exactly the same, you know? It's like those Texas Germans. What? Debating between German, French, or Italian. You know, this is something I had not considered with my winter. Am I going to do language this winter? Listen, I keep watching videos that are like, this is why this song is so catchy, or like the intro to this song makes you feel this way because this reason. And I'm like basically watching music theory and I can just feel my brain empty out. Like, I know nothing about this. Like it's like, instead of when I watch other content and I'm like, oh yes, this is kind of like this and this reminds me of this. Like, I'm watching music theory and I'm just like I'm empty, and I'm like, this is a void that I desperately want to fill. So that's gonna be my winter. I don't know if language is a thing that I'm gonna focus on, because that's like work. Here's the thing. If I was learning a language along with someone, that would be fine. But like, what the fuck is the point of learning a language by yourself? I live in America. Like, I guess if I learned Spanish, I could fucking embarrass myself by whenever I go to Chipotle, like talking to the people there in Spanish, I guess, you know. But like, what, like, when am I going to use it? I wanted to learn fucking sign language at some point, and my partner was like, I would love to learn sign language. And like, I was like, hey, would you like to learn it? And he was like, here's the thing, I want to know sign language, I don't want to learn it. And I'm like, god damn it, like, I need like someone to do this shit with me. Italian and Spanish speakers can understand each other. I mean, Spanish and fucking French are not too different to each other either, but swearing in another language could be fun. The difficulty, chum, with swearing in another language is that you have to like be familiar enough with the language that the vulgarity of it actually means something to you, because like your brain does something very specific when you curse. I want to learn BSL one day. I took an online test to see if I remembered any German. I still knew 30% of words. I wonder if I could do the same thing with French. Apparently, like, when I was reading up about Japanese recently, it was like, oh, Japanese, so easy to learn because you can, like, 10% of Japanese words are just English words that have been Japaneseized, you know? See a creature of the Fae. 4 is also replaced with yon. Is that the one? Wait, so do I count wrong in Japanese in both instances, Hales? Because, like, I thought that it was the number 7 in Japanese, but is it also the number 4? Ichi ni san chi? Shi? So that one gets replaced by yon? That's fucking annoying. Japanese does like its loan words. So I've been counting wrong in 2 ways in only the first 10 numbers in Japanese. Tom Scott's video on singular they is fab. Is Tom Scott the one who always wears the red t-shirt? Because I think I may have seen this video. I love how old that video is. Like, it's like, he, like, covered this ground forever ago. It was, like, 7 years ago. Don't think too much about the death she thing. I want to learn ASL really badly, too. Yeah, Create your own language and confuse everyone into learning it instead. Me just learns not V and starts speaking not V on the stream. Counting... Wait. Speedy Shimaji, are you for real? Counting numbers is different depending on what you're counting? Are you fucking serious? Also, I was led to believe that Japanese did not have tonal indicators, but it fucking does. Everybody's like, oh, fucking Chinese is so hard to learn because it's so tonally dependent. You have the same, like, sound, but if you say it, like, with a lower or higher pitch than the previous syllable, then that changes the meaning of a fucking word. And I recently found out that Japanese does that shit too. And I'm like, I cannot believe this bullshit right now. The counting particles. Yeah. Oh my god. Language is stupid. Oh, this fucking space heater is still on. I can't decide if I want that on or not. It's fine. I'm not overheating or anything, so we're good. Drink your coffee, drink your water, take a moment, hail hydrate. I'm fucking parched. One fun thing about Japanese I learned randomly one day is that 39 is slang over there for thank you, since it's spelled, when it's spelled out, thank you. It's funny. Thank you. Or no, it would be san. I'm saying sen. Sankyu. Yeah. Goodbye, Speedy Shimeji. My brother and I taught each other ancient Greek when we were young, which is also tonal, and then oddly that helped me to learn Mandarin. I mean, you got it like there in the, you got it like built in. Another thing about American English that's kind of weird, and that Japanese is very different about is like Japanese is like arigato, like you have to like have the same tone. And like there's no emphasis, whereas like English is really musical. Like the concept of a limerick, there once when a because there's different emphasis on different parts of the word, but in Japanese it's not like that. So there's just like a lot of things that I think would be kind of hard to convert over to. How does that work when you're singing in Japanese? I am assuming that it would be built in to the song. Because if you ever think of it like Gypsy, oh my god, speaking of fucking music shit that just like lives in my brain permanently. If you've never noticed this before, you will notice it now. If you are listening to a song that like the like last word in the sentence, like I don't know, like say like, let's say it's like some Christian shit, like you take me higher or something. You will notice that when they say higher, they actually go up. Usually they go up the note, and the same in the reverse, where you're like, if the song is like sad and it's like, and I've been so low, it'll descend into the low. Like those are the kind of like small artistic things you wouldn't necessarily notice until you're like it's pointed out to you. But I assume that if you are making music in Japanese, that those tonal differences are going to change the melody of the song. In Mandarin, you forget tones when you sing and have to figure out meaning based on context. Oh no! can we get much higher? I certainly could. It's also identical to the katakana for thank you. Oh, I didn't know that. That's funny. Sisukara says, my partner is fluent in ASL and I realized it looks a lot like Finnish sign language using the same letters and words. That's cool. Singing in Japanese low-key removes the atonality. Does it? Okay. No, not the atonality, Wreckage. I wasn't talking about like, you know, every word having the same emphasis. That's not what I meant. Someone was asking about like hachi or like hachi. Those are two different words. Like one is bridge and one is chopsticks, I think. Because you go from down and then up and then up and then down tonally, pitch-wise. Funny though, in Chinese you just have to fucking figure it out by context. I can't even sing in English after going full-on femme voice. Other languages would probably kill me. Singing is, I don't know. It's hard for me to give advice about this because my voice changed. But like, you know, maybe if someday ever, in an alternate universe, my cis male partner comes on stream, he might be able to give you some tips on how to sing falsetto because he went through normal puberty. Not like after female puberty deepening of the voice. So it's like probably different structurally. I don't know, but he can hit almost all the same range that I can. And it's a low and a high for sure. Yeah. Go down this street, take a left and cross the chopsticks. Exactly, Corpse Candy. My friend Himiko told me that I have a very passable femme voice in Japanese. I think also the Japanese language lends itself to speaking in the forward of your mouth and like we don't necessarily tighten our mouth as much to make those sounds. you made bottom face. Yeah, for sure. Well, we've kind of been dicking around for like an hour and a half. I guess we might have like one or two other sort of cute things to look at really quick. Before we get into the seriousness of her video, of Philosophytube's video, but I like don't know how long that's going to take us. I'm not totally sure yet how long that's going to be, so I want to get it started. I don't know, Andy's Mints, what's my lowest. Like, I have never like gone up to the piano and like figured it out. It depends on the time of the day. Today my voice is shot. It just doesn't, like, if I get really thirsty and I'm talking too much and I can't drink enough water to compensate, like I'm like, my voice sounds like shit and I can tell. Gosh. But if I wake up in the morning, like that's when my lowest lows are. That's when I'm like casually singing like Johnny Cash, you know? So it's like, yeah, it depends on the day and how well I'm taking care of my voice and all this kind of stuff. I don't know what my lowest low is on the piano. I could check it the next time I'm thinking about it. I have a keyboard. I have like an electric keyboard that I'm going to try to get to work because there is a property dispute over the much nicer electronic keyboard that we have. So I'm going to try to make the cheaper one work so that we can avoid a property dispute. But I am going to try to play piano a bunch this winter. I don't know any fucking thing about it. I can look at it and be like, based on where I know C is, I think that's a G right there. And then I play it and I go, pew. And then the Black Parade starts playing in my head, you know, naturally. The online pitch detector can tell you how many hertz. Yeah, but I have a piano, so I could just go over to the piano and turn it on and be like, press button. Stream is Horkin. Stop stream, Horkin. Oh, I kind of see what you guys are talking about the stream being jumpy. Is it jumpy for you right now? Do I have too many tabs? Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. Too many tabs. I accidentally did that when I was learning to make music. Wait, what did you do? A little jumpy? Yeah, I saw it happening. It seems like it's cleared up a little bit. Anyway, I limited some of my tabulations. I wanted to look at this video just because, like, I don't know, it's just has a positive ending to this video. It's like only 45 seconds, and if there's music, I'm not gonna play it. So enjoy not having music. I legit thought the song started playing somewhere. Nope, just me being an absolute weirdo. Nope, do not. I just like this dude's outfits. I'm hoping that he's not like a weird creep, you know? So we're just gonna enjoy these nice old school outfits, right? Oh, sorry, Baphomet. I think it's interesting how like dressing differently causes you to embody different motions, you know? But yeah, no, let's do this. Here we go. He's got like this old school kind of thing going on, and I hope that he's not weird. And it's like funny how his posture is in these different outfits and the gestures that he kind of works through. I am a better person if I wear boots. It's like when I was dressed up as Mephisto, like I was like, I feel like a completely different person. Like I was like, I feel so embodied in my itsness. Like I'm not a demon, but that's the like character that's the closest I've played to being like an inhuman it's type character, and I very much enjoyed the embodiment. Oh, look at that. He and him a girlfriend. That's a cute ending, right? That's cute. I'm happy for him. I hope if he was a creep that he's not. I like his old look. Or his old look, looking like an old guy. Yeah, grandpa swag. Yeah. I mean, it's very 1930s or something. I don't know what the era is exactly, but I saw someone in the comments saying something about like, it was like the paths you could potentially go down. Like you could be, hold on, let me see if I can find it. It was like the split path meme. And it was like guys getting into old fashioned like this or becoming Nazis, like that's like the two roads. Late 40s, early 50s. Okay. You only dress this way to make old people happy? See ya, Baphomet. Later. Enjoy. I was not prepared for the ending. Yeah, people are like, I was not prepared for the ending. I was not prepared to miss my grandpa so much. It's pretty cute. Well, I guess it was just in time for Baphomet to dip, because we're going to start talking about new Philosophytube. That's going to help me rest my voice a little bit, because we're going to like actually listen to the things that she says. So let's get that queued up. This is not going to be a segment on the channel later, so we're going to take our time with it, or I'm going to be as quiet as I want to while it's playing. Obviously, so before we get started, something critically important before we get started. I'm about to load it up. If you have not yet, I would like you to go over there and hit the like button on her video and leave a comment. Say something nice. I don't care what it is. You don't have to shout out that you're from the Horde or that the dragon sent you or anything, even though those things are both true. Just go over there and hit the like button and leave her a nice comment, okay? Then we will start watching it. And I'm gonna get queued up and ready. Love doing steampunk gender fuckery, like a mask coat with a skirt. Yes, I love doing that shit too. If you watch all of her videos ever, you get a PHT, which is a tube of philosophy. True. Absolument. So I'm gonna get all prepared and I'm gonna get my shit ready. If you're here and you have not yet hit like also on my video, please consider doing that really quick. It helps the stream and it'll bring a couple more people in here. I'm going to just change the title of the stream because I'm done talking about Twitter. New Philosophytube dropped. There we go. We're going to get into talking about it and enjoying ourselves. I got to put a fucking trigger warning on the screen though, because it's going to be a bad time, if we're being honest. Yes. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Nope. Doing it live, folks. Doing it live. Okay, trigger warning, medical transphobia. I'm gonna move this right underneath here. And I'm gonna hope that that's good enough for everybody to see it. Or over here? No, that is not going to work over here. We'll put it over here. Okay. Yeah, like this video is not like my favorite. It's like a difficult video to watch at certain points because it does get quite emotional, but that's part of why I want to watch it. I want to experience this because I don't think that... I feel like it was never Abigail's driving point to make content about trans people. Like, I actually kind of remember her very explicitly saying, like, this is still Philosophytube. Like, don't worry about this becoming a trans-focused channel. But, like, it's, first of all, interesting that there is philosophy of... there is a philosophy or a philosophical study of the bureaucracy behind making complaints and the systems. Like, there are books about the philosophy of bureaucratic systems that you can study and then make content about of. So it is still relevant philosophical content, but it also is just like a very deeply personal experience of deep bias and discrimination in a system that is not invested in any kind of improvement or change of itself. So it can be quite difficult for that reason. I'm normally very bad about liking things. Oh my God, subscribe. Oh my God, the automated thing. Oh my God, consider becoming a patron. $3 a month gets you secret vlogs. Oh my God. Anyway, let's actually begin.
Surely shook with pride. He checked on his equipment and made sure
Hello, my name's Abigail. Over the last few years, I have emailed Britain's national healthcare provider 133 times trying to get a doctor's appointment. This video...
Like, she had FFS at some point in the past year. And like, this is also like the process that she's been in, like with the NHS. Like, I think she may have gone private for a lot of her care because it was just so ridiculous. So it's, yeah, it's crazy to me.
Video is about what that was like, why big institutions fall apart, and why they're so difficult to change.
I wonder if she is trying to look like Peggy Carter, because she really does. Like, this look doesn't really work for her face, like, but she does look like a lot like Peggy Carter.
I've spoken to some of the NHS's most senior administrators, so over the course of this rational analysis, I'll be revealing some exclusive insider information. The video is sponsored by Nebula, but after I've paid back the owner of this laptop, I'll be donating most of that money to charity. So you can sit back and relax as I bring you a calm, dispassionate exploration of the big questions at the heart of Britain's National Health Service.
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory.
I'm assuming that it was a junk laptop. It was so old.
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. He ain't gonna jump, no.
Here's how things are supposed to work. British citizens of all ages have a right to free healthcare on the National Health Service, or NHS.
Okay, we're going to take it back down one more notch. Not 1.5, 1.25 I think is fine. I love her closed captioning too, it's so great.
I was born in the NHS, and both my parents were doctors. My dad used to say when I was a kid that he treated everyone from all walks of life, from literal aristocrats to prisoners from the local jail, because the point of the service is that it's there for everyone. Since its creation in 1948, the NHS has become the symbol of the country that a lot of British people are very proud of, like the royal family, or William Shakespeare, or beans on toast. The NHS is split into several regions.
No, actually, we have to watch this at regular speed. This is going to take forever because we have to watch her gesticulate at regular speed. I'm so sorry.
1948, the NHS has become the symbol of the country that a lot of British people are very proud of, like the royal family or William Shakespeare or beans on toast. The NHS is split into several regional bodies called trusts. Like there's a Cambridge Trust and an Oxford Trust and an East London Trust and a West London Trust and so on. The trusts get money from the government, which they spend on healthcare services like staffing, equipment and supplies, and they give that to patients for free. In this way, the NHS is funded mainly by the taxpayer. But even if you don't make enough money to pay taxes, you can still use it because, again, the point of the service is that it's there for everyone, which it definitely is, as well as the right to use the
what is this chapter called? Like the easy and wrong version?
NHS. We also have the right to begin treatment within 18 weeks of referral. And that right to free medical treatment within 18 weeks includes free medical transition for transgender people of all ages.
That's like on
if you
paper.
Didn't already know, that includes me. I'm a trans woman, and we'll be using the NHS's treatment of me as our case study for today, which will reveal some more general things about how the service is run and the challenges that it's facing in the 21st century. If you want to medically transition in England, then you can start by going to your local family doctor. In Britain, we call this person a general practitioner or GP. Your GP will send you to a gender identity clinic where you'll be assessed by specialists to see if you fit the criteria for gender dysphoria, a diagnosis that is definitely real and which definitely makes a lot of sense. If you are diagnosed with dysphoria, then they'll let you use other bits of the NHS. For example, if you want surgery, they'll send you to a surgeon. If you want hormones, they'll tell your GP to prescribe hormones for you, which your GP definitely will. Once you're in the medical system, you can also change the legal sex that is recorded on your birth certificate and your passport. In England, you cannot change either of those things without first obtaining a doctor's permission. But it all starts with a friendly visit to your local NHS doc, who will be only too happy to provide you with world-class medical care from the finest system in the world.
Just like it just starts cracking through already.
Several years
in the beginning
ago, I
here.
went to my GP, told her I'm trans, and asked to be referred to a gender identity clinic. The first thing she did was refuse. Not exactly off to a great start. I won't name her, or any of the real people I'll be referring to today. Instead, I'll call her Lieutenant Scheisskopf.
She's gonna keep making references to this movie, and I don't know what it is, so I'm just gonna be upfront about that right now. Oh, she mentions her friend Alice. Alice is a host on the Well, There's Your Problem podcast I mentioned a while back. Oh, okay. I don't think I remember that, but I might check into it. Clooney. Yeah, this is a movie. It's, the movie is called Catch-22. Okay, cool.
Scheisskopf told me to come back in a month and said that if I was still trans then,
also a book.
She would refer me. GPs in England aren't routinely trained in trans medicine, hence the separate clinics. So the idea that you're supposed to wait a month before you can go, she made that up on the spot. She also tried to send me to mental health services, which wasn't what I was there for. She only had one job, send me to the gender clinic. But for some reason she wouldn't do it. I am not the only patient who fell at the first hurdle. This is a 2013 NHS report titled Monitoring and Promoting Trans Health Across the Northwest. The authors investigated the needs of trans patients across northwest England and how GPs were meeting those needs, or rather they tried to, but they couldn't, because GPs overwhelmingly refused to cooperate with the researchers. Only half of the practices they investigated even replied, and that was just the beginning.
It was extremely difficult to get beyond reception stuff.
They didn't even want to participate in the study. Literally invented the term Catch-22. Okay, I didn't know that it was created from a movie or book. I guess it makes more sense for it to come from a book. You know, there are lots of, it's fairly influential. But yes, I know what a catch-22, like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And that it obviously like creates a through line in the video, as we will continue to see.
Staff to speak to practice managers. For example, the researcher was told many times that the practice manager was not in, but would be later, only to be told later that they were on leave or did not work in the afternoons. Very few practice managers understood what was meant by transgender people, and were unwilling to engage in this research. Some practice managers, receptionists, and GPs who were spoken to expressed particularly negative attitudes towards trans people. This study clearly demonstrates that most GP practices are not sufficiently prepared or knowledgeable to appropriately address the needs of this patient group.
2013 was
Unsurprising.
almost a decade ago, but more recent data and my own experience confirms this is still a problem. This 2015 NHS report, which solicited feedback from patients and staff, also highlighted uncooperative GPs as a major problem. This 2016 article in the British Medical Journal says the same thing. In 2021, the non-profit Trans Actual ran a survey which included questions about healthcare. 14% of trans respondents said that their GPs, like mine, simply refused to help them. That's more than 1 in 10.
Seriously, like more than 1 in 10 people, like she said, in this country, like the NHS system, they don't, like the GP doesn't know how to treat you as a trans person. Literally, their only job is to pass you off to someone who is a specialist, like a specialty person who knows what actually is going on.
As my friend Alice is fond of saying, the NHS is a wonderful institution. Unfortunately, it is run by the British. But I didn't have any other choice, so I went away for a month, as ordered. And 30 days later, surprise, surprise, I was still transgender. So I went back to Lieutenant Scheisskopf a second time. And this time, she said she would refer me. 6 months went by. I remind you that we have the right to be treated within 18 weeks. So at this point, I've already waited double that, and I'm not even in the door.
Like 18 weeks is like roughly 4.5 months.
But after 6 months, I still hadn't even gotten so much as a letter from the clinic saying I was in the system. So I went back to Scheisskopf a third time, and this time she said, "Oh, the letter's still here. I must have forgotten to send it."
Dismissed, Captain.
That's some cold shit.
I said dismissed, Captain. Get the hell out of my office.
The lesson I took from this was that my doctor was either so incompetent she couldn't work a postbox, or more likely, she didn't want to give me medical care. Neither of which is great, to be honest.
No, it's
Honestly,
not an
you think
ideal
you're on
situation.
good terms with someone and then you come out as trans and suddenly they don't want anything to do with you anymore. In a lot of ways, the NHS is just like my dad. Just like to clarify that was a joke. I have a normal and happy relationship with my father, who is a very supportive and loving man. At this point, I moved to a different area of the country and signed up with a new GP. And I went along and I asked to be sent.
I'm wondering, like, did she move just because, or did she move so that she could have a different GP? Like, did she move to a different part of the country so that she could have a different GP? Because that would be pretty extreme. I mean, it makes sense that people like move to a different country in order to get like trans healthcare. So
sent to the gender clinic, but this time I printed out the NHS rules on treating trans patients and highlighted the relevant sections. So when he said, "I'm sorry, I can't send you to the clinic," I pulled them out. And I said, "Actually, doctor, you not only can, you are required to." After a great
so
deal
shit.
of persuasion,
That's so shit.
he did, in fact, agree to follow the rules. And he referred me to the clinic. I made sure to get a signed and dated copy of that referral. And the clock officially started. I waited 18 weeks. I waited 18 more weeks. And then I waited 18 more.
So we're talking over a year at this point, you know? Is that correct? I'm fucking so retarded right now. Like, hold on. Where am I? I want my calculator. 18 times 3, 54 weeks. So she has already waited 6 months just because her GP didn't want to send in the stuff. And then from the time that she moved to a different part of the country, and yeah, it's greater than 52. Yeah, it's 54 weeks. So like at this time, it is a year and a half that she's just been waiting for a first appointment at the gender clinic. A year and a half just trying to get your first appointment, where they will then tell you, oh, you're not living in the role well enough. You know, they expect you to like try to exist as a fully testosteronated woman before they will give you estrogen. And like meanwhile the culture is like, ew, these bearded trans women in our bathroom. Like, yeah, you know, maybe give me fucking healthcare and it would not happen this way. Anyway, that's shit. Refusal to treat someone should be a crime.
7 gender clinics for adults operating.
It's like stuff. The thing that sucks is like technically things are already crimes and people just do them fucking anyway. Oh, God.
In England. None of them are seeing patients within the required 18-week limit, and waiting lists are extremely long. How long, you ask? Well, at time of recording, the largest clinic in London has 11,407 patients on its waiting list. Last month, they offered first appointments to 50. That means that if you were referred today, you will be waiting for 19 years.
That's insane.
And that's not 19 years for healthcare either. That's 19 years for a first appointment, of which you may have several, with months or even years between them. You might be wondering, wow, only 50? Maybe they had a really slow month last month. Maybe that's throwing the numbers off. Nope. 50 is pretty typical. That's actually better than it used to be. When I was referred.
Yeah, Wreckage. I saw some asshole who shit talks Abigail so hard because they think she didn't do any of this shit, but clearly she did. Yeah, I think that people assume that just because she did either DIY or private healthcare. I mean, obviously she had facial feminization surgery, so she went private for some aspect of it. She may have even come to the United States for part of it. But she's still like waiting on the list. You know, she may have decided at some point very early on, fuck this, it's not worth waiting. I'm going to get on estrogen on my own. I don't want to speculate too much about her personally, but like she clearly got access to care elsewise and was just like still, it's the injustice of it. This is like one of the things that I think I as an autistic person really struggle with, is that like the rules, like people don't follow the rules. And like, I get it when rules are stupid and don't make sense. Like, I don't want to follow them either. I don't care about them. Like, if I'm not hurting someone, like, I'm not going to follow stupid rules. But when the rules are in place and they make sense, and especially when it has to do with equal protection under the law, like, I'm like fucking very upset at the prospect of people not following those rules, because you're just like needlessly hurting people and discriminating, and like, it can't be a crime if it isn't enforced. Yeah. So she's probably been seeking healthcare elsewise in some form or fashion, even while waiting for this. It doesn't diminish the fact that she is being treated as a second-class citizen in her country, that she can't access healthcare. Like she'll point it out later in the video, but as a transgender woman, if she wants finasteride, which is the medicine that a bunch of cis men take to prevent balding, she can't get it from her GP because it's gender care now. Like, I mean, it's gender-affirming care for men too, but yeah, I don't know. It's fucking stupid.
It was 26 years. The long waiting times contribute to high levels of distress among trans patients. It also impacts our access to civil rights like marriage, death, and privacy, because remember, in England, if you want to change the sex marker on your birth certificate or passport, you need a doctor's permission. If you haven't changed the marker on your passport, for instance, because you're on a years-long waiting list to get permission, then every time you apply to rent a flat or get a job, you'll have to show them your passport, and they'll instantly know you're trans. Employers and landlords are not allowed to discriminate. Ha, 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 ha. Long waiting times are an especially...
That makes me feel like she has been denied housing or something from being trans. Like, it sounds like she's actually had much of a shittier time than she has talked about publicly, because she doesn't really talk about any of this shit publicly.
Actually acute problem when it comes to trans children. If you know that you're trans at a young age and you're forced to go through the wrong puberty, it can be very distressing. And it can cause, dare I say it, irreversible damage? Or not really damage, but it has permanent effects.
That was pretty sly. I really appreciated that. Like, irreversible damage, you know? What is her name? Is her name also Abigail? Abigail Schreier? Cringe.
I went through a testosterone puberty as an adolescent, and as a result, I'm taller than the average Englishwoman.
Also, I can do this with my voice whenever I want to.
I love doing shit like that. Like, it's very, very amusing to do shit like that. I do it all the time.
I mean, I think those things are positives about me because I really like being tall, and also it's useful as an actress to have two voices and a perfect impersonation of Matt Berry on tap. But there are other effects that are negative and also permanent. So it's especially important that trans children get prompt treatment. If you're 13 and trans, and there's a years-long wait to get care, then by the time you're seen, it could be too late. And your life is not over if that happens to you. But it will shape the rest of your time on Earth. And that's what a lot of this comes down to. Waiting for somebody else's permission to live the rest of your life.
I have like chills. Like, not in a good way. Like, I mean, like, yes, and like I like being emotionally affected by the media that I watch, but like it's also upsetting. Okay, trans people make the best voice actors. This isn't falsifiable. True. Something she also doesn't point out. I don't think she actually points this out at any point in the video, because we don't really focus on trans youth healthcare very much. But if you're age 15 when you realize that you're trans and you get on the waiting list for one of the youth gender identity clinics, you are likely to age off of that list before you get healthcare. And then do you know what you get to do? You get to find a GP as an adult and start over on the adult waiting list. I joked to a friend I had cracked my voice in both directions that morning. Yeah, so that's something that I just want to point out, because I don't think people often think about that fact. Let's get back to it.
Faced with these waiting lists, a lot of trans people do one of three things. Option one is private.
I will say, Mama Mephistopheles, sorry. Mephi says, I actually have trouble going back to my old voice. I've been full-time on my femme voice with voice training, so those muscles simply have no strength for going deep. That's like the thing. You just have to practice in your voice muscles. So singing in a femme voice is just going to take practice using the muscles in that way. If you are like me and you sing country music sometimes, and then other times you sing fucking Frozen, you end up with a kind of wide range. It's not all there all the time, to be totally clear. The deep range is not there later in the day. The high range is not there early in the morning. But my fingernails are like slightly longer than normal because I'm playing my guitar lately, and it's like I feel clawy.
Private healthcare. Obviously, that's very expensive. So it tends to be the more privileged, usually white trans people who get to do that. And even if you can't afford it, that's money that you can't spend on a holiday or a house or a wedding, or it means you go into a lot of debt. Option two is self-medication. That means buying hormones off the internet or sharing them with a friend. I found a 2016 article in The Lancet which records that 40% of adult patients who get an appointment at the London clinic are already self-medicating when they arrive.
That is not surprising, but crazy high. 40%. That's almost half. Okay, I will answer this question from Jim C. How much easier is it here in the US? It depends on the state. Yes, we have a very big country, and medical things are different. They're not like, I think the standards in the NHS are fairly nationalized, but the standards in America are very different place to place. Me personally, I live in a red state, but I live in a red state that's still fairly hands off. Like we don't tend to pass a lot of laws that really hardcore restrict people's rights. Like I feel like Kansas has the closest thing to like actually a small government Republican led state. But yeah, so me personally, I went to get my hormones in 2015. I made a call to a clinic 3 hours away because I was like, looking for, I wasn't like calling doctors being like, do you take trans patients? I was like looking for trans directed resources of like, here, it might have even been a fucking Reddit post. I don't know at this point, but it was like, here's a list of a bunch of different informed consent practitioners. So in 2015, when I decided I was ready to try testosterone, I called in like, I don't know, February or March maybe. I called and made an appointment and was like, this is the care that I'm seeking. I want to start these hormones. And I went in on May 1st, 2015, drove 3 hours to get there. And I basically just like had to talk to this nurse for, I don't know, 45 minutes maybe. We talked about all of the different effects that you can have from testosterone. We talked about fertility, all that kind of shit. And she told me, she was like, we have to run through this list, but most people who come in for this, like, already are very well informed. So she was working with a patient clientele of people who, like myself, had done a lot of research before they came to her office. We had a conversation for about 45 minutes, and then she asked, like, she was like, okay, I'll give you the prescription. You seem to understand what's going on. Like, you sign, I don't even know if I actually ended up signing a waiver that was like, if you don't like the effects, you can't sue us. Like, I feel like that was supposed to be part of it from what I had read about the informed consent model at the time, but I never had that. I guess it was just sort of implied by my medical care, I suppose. But she was like, okay, I'll give you this prescription. Do you want to go ahead and get your first shot today? And I was like, bet. So they took me into another room. They took my blood levels. I actually don't know that I ever accessed those tests, but they took my blood levels to check what my estrogen and testosterone were before I started T in the first place. And then they gave me my first shot. And frankly, if I had known more then than I do now, I would have said like we should start on a lower dose and ease into it. But we went kind of like full force all at once. So there were things about it that were not perfectly well managed. Like details hadn't come out yet, where people were really specifically talking about their doses and shit. So for getting on hormones in the first place was very easy for me. And it was a similar thing the second time I got on hormones, because at that time I found a doctor who was specifically very passionate about transgender care. Is it going to be easier if I told them I've had a trans specialized therapist for almost 2 years? Yeah, so in Michigan, Minnesota, and Colorado, I feel like in Colorado it would be pretty easy. Like, if you're just trying to get hormones, if you live in a state that has a Planned Parenthood, just call up Planned Parenthood. Just go to fucking Planned Parenthood. Like, that's the easiest way to do it nowadays. My partner and I just talked about how getting a driver's license for the first time as an adult is a catch-22. Unless you break the law, because to get your license, you need to pass a test, and to do the test, you need to supply your own car, and to get a car, you need to go to a dealership and buy a car, which requires a driver's license. Yeah, they expect you to like do it as a child, I guess. Whatever. Anyway.
If that rate holds constant across the nation, that would mean there are tens of thousands of people doing it. Although because it's underground, who knows? Anecdotally, every British trans person I know, except for 2, I think, is either self-medicating or has at some point. If you're a trans...
I feel like that's probably the majority of trans people in the UK at this point are probably getting it through DIY care. Yeah, Planned Parenthood does gender-affirming care for sure. You can always call before you go and check. I mean, call and make an appointment anyway. Yeah, no, it's not strictly gyno. Actually, gynos don't have anything to do with gender-affirming care in the first stages. Like, I just have a regular doctor who can prescribe me hormones. Like, I just have a regular guy. You can go to an oh, what is the word? An endo. But what is the full word? What are they fucking called? Endocrinologist. But yeah, you can get it from Planned Parenthood, or like I know some friends who they don't have Planned Parenthoods near them, so they go to like the community health clinic, which those are like it's the sliding scale sort of public health clinic thing, and they can provide the care that way. Yes, that's it. Yeah, High Feeling Inspired. Welcome to the website. I don't know if it's a majority DIYing, but she said statistically it's 40%, and we can surmise that it's probably higher, but like at the very minimum, it's 40%. Yeah, eek at cis endos. Yeah, fucking.
Woman like me, then self-medicating in England is legal. You need a testosterone blocker and estrogen, and you can order both of those from a foreign country without a prescription on the internet and have them sent here. If you have them, it's also legal to share them with a friend who needs them.
I'm glad she brings this
However,
up here.
if you're a trans man, then things are a little trickier because you're going to need testosterone, and it's illegal to sell or share that. The government doesn't want trans guys getting too yoked. Rishi Sunak's a short king. He doesn't want to be intimidated by all these trans dudes walking around getting buff. But
that's a really, I'm glad that she brings that up, because sometimes people are like, oh, you can just DIY. Like, well, maybe if you're trans femme, you can just DIY and it's no big deal. But if you're a trans guy and you want to DIY, you're committing a felony. You know, like, it's not cute.
Obviously, taking pills that you bought on the internet can be very medically risky. GPs are supposed to help people who do, though again, some simply refuse.
I know that Natalie Wynn mentioned when she was first on hormones, she started doing DIY at home. And then when she went to a doctor, like, I guess the harm reduction aspect of being a doctor meant that they were like, we have to provide you a bridging prescription. Like, you're clearly going to do it anyway. So in order to engage in harm reduction, we will need to put you on a prescription immediately, like, rather than going through any kind of questionnaire process of explaining it. Although I'm sure that they probably wanted to do some follow-ups. But like, I think that's like, for some people, a way of getting around the process of answering all these weird questions. Because there used to be more kind of restrictions, I think, on accessing care. Like, you know, if you at one point were required to get a therapist's approval, then you would have to convince your therapist, like, oh, I've been trans since I was a little kid. You know, all this kind of shit like that. Ordering hormones online can get it seized by customs and can lead to a lot of harassment by the state. Yeah, I don't know how common that is when you're just ordering estrogen, because I feel like that's like a pretty low stakes medicine as far as what people have decided it is. Yeah, I don't actually know if Planned Parenthood does vasectomy type stuff. That's an interesting thought. I never thought about that.
There is a large and growing network of people in the trans underground who help each other out, although mindful as I am of YouTube's...
Andy's, I will say, the voice change is permanent, but like a lot, like the body hair shit is not necessarily permanent, and your voice can drop and like finish dropping within like 2 or 3 years, and by that point you don't have very much testosterone puberty shit going on, and a lot of it's fairly reversible. Bottom growth is not reversible.
Community guidelines. I can't tell you how to self-medicate, and please note, I'm also explicitly not saying that I recommend it. I'm just saying it is a fact that a lot of people do, probably because they find that option more palatable than option 3.
This is where it gets gonna get fucked up. I'm just gonna warn you that from this point in the video, like, there's a little bit of a shift.
Is that you die. And people do die on the waiting lists. Every year at Trans Pride, there are more names read out of the people who aren't here anymore. There was a recent death in the community of a woman who'd waited more than 1,000 days on the waiting list. I've had parents of trans children email me about the kids that they've lost. I'm going to be honest with you, writing this episode of Philosophytube has been a struggle because the show is about being compassionate and seeing all sides, but as a human being, I have a strong preference for my own survival and a strong emotional reaction when I see other people needlessly suffering. What I'm saying is this episode might get a little bit more personal than usual because now I need to tell you about what I did next.
Yeah, for those of you who have to dip right now, no worries. I understand it. Take care of yourselves. Watch it when you're in a point, you know? A point where you can handle it. So, yeah, I'm taking a breather real quick from that one. Because it is hard, you know? It's hard to, you can't have it atrophy. I mean, like, there's changes in blood flow because of your blood is affected by hormones. So, it's kind of a use thing. It's kind of like, you know, like doctors for trans women who are getting vaginoplasties, they'll be like, you still have to masturbate on a regular basis to maintain the material so that your vagina isn't super shallow or whatever. Similar type of thing with the bottom junk. I'm going to make a pot of coffee. That's actually not a bad idea. It actually might not be a bad idea. God, we're only like 16 minutes into her video though, and it is going to be like an hour and a half. Localized estrogen cream will help with atrophy. Yes. I guess it depends on what you mean by atrophy. Are we talking about the clitoral material atrophying, or are you talking about like the vaginal walls? Because yes, a localized estrogen cream can help with muscular atrophy of the internal muscles and dryness also. Yeah, do I want to make a pot of coffee? I feel like we're gonna be doing this for at least another hour, so I'm gonna make a pot of coffee really quick. I'm gonna do the first half of it, come back, talk for a second, and then when my coffee is done brewing in about 3 minutes, I'll actually make a cup of coffee. Having an instant brew coffee pot is like incredible. Yeah, let's all get cozy. Let's get cozy for this part of the video that's about to get really... I love this board though. Like, this is like the tone of the video is about to change, where she's like, I talked to this bureaucrat and then this bureaucrat and he told me this, and like it's like now it's like story time, you know? Somebody recently informed me that estrogen and progesterone creams are available over the counter. Ooh, I honestly feel like I don't know enough about testosterone HRT, so this is educational. Mama Mephistopheles, like, stick around for sure, because I talk about this shit all the time. You can look at my old videos of like my transition update videos and stuff. Yeah. Been worrying about atrophy lately and my doc hasn't mentioned it. Yeah. Fresh pots. True. Time to put on a skirt. Dante, I'm wearing a skirt. Look at this. I'm wearing a giant skirt. It's so big. I need more skirts like this. Help me get more skirts like this by contributing to my donations and my Patreon. Thank you. I'm going to make a pot of coffee. You make a pot of coffee. Get yourself some water. I'm going to refill my water as well. We'll reconvene in about 2 minutes. Ooh. If you don't have YouTube Premium, then fuck you. Skirt. Apparently a 10 milliliter vial of estradiol is about $100. Damn, that's not bad. TBH. My coffee's gonna be done brewing in about a minute, so I'll go back over there in a second and get it. Oh my gosh, Dante says my 3 pairs of thigh-high socks are supposed to come Tuesday. I came very close to buying 3 pairs of really thick knitted thigh-high socks. And then I was like, bro, I do not need to spend $60 on fucking socks right now. Like, I have spent so much money in the process of getting ready to move into this apartment. Like, I mean, like, there's so much shit, and there's still so much shit on the list of shit that I need to buy that I'm like, there's fucking no reason for me to buy a kitchen trash can until I'm actually in the space, you know? But, like, I found a really sweet deal on a decent set of, like, kitchen knives, and, like, none of the kitchen knives that we currently have belong to me, you know? So I was like, I am going to just spend the money, you know? Maybe it was on super sale too. It was like fucking 50% off a decent knife set. Like, holy shit. So yeah, I was like, I do not need $60 worth of socks. Gonna dip so my partner and I can watch from the beginning. See you later, Slaps. The pink tax. Wait, what are we talking about? Pink tax? If you were trans femme, you'd realize you need those socks. Here's the thing, Anansi. I already have a bunch of long socks, so that's part of why I can resist. I'm not wearing any right this moment because I'm comfy in my skirt the way that it is. Hi, Asuka. Yeah, no, I already have thigh-high socks, and I have garters and stuff. Like, yeah, it's already there. Otherwise, I may have given in. But the other great thing about being in my new place is that I'll be able to set the fucking temperature at whatever I want it to be, so I won't need to be bundled up all the time. Or, like, have a space heater running at all times of the day. I said what I said. Yeah. It's like, do I need the thigh-high socks or do I need the bouchage? Like, which way is it going to go today? My coffee is brewing. Why is experimenting with femininity so expensive? Come on, capitalism. Yeah. I could also technically teach myself how to knit and then fucking make knit socks, although I don't really know how to do it. I avoided by having short hair. I love being bundled up, keep the AC on, and just add more blankets. I don't. I feel so restricted when I am wearing, like, a bunch of clothes, and like, if I don't like feeling bulky, like, it throws off my fucking, is proprioception the right word? Like, my perception of my own dimensions. I keep spending so much money thrifting. I mean, honestly, Mama Mephistopheles, like, I've been going to the thrift store like at least once a week lately because I've found like some sweet deals on shit that I need, you know? Like, I'm like expanding like some clothes that I've had gradually stop fitting me through like pandemic and like the normal kind of body changes you go through when you're like in your late 20s. And like silverware type stuff. I have the coffee pot that I'm going to use in my new apartment is one that I got at the thrift store. So that's going to be fun finding out whether it works, but it has a schedule thingy on it. This coffee pot that we have is like, it just has a constant hot water reservoir, which is great because you can pour water in whenever and it just immediately starts brewing. But my new coffee pot has a little thingy that says like, ooh, make the coffee at 10 a.m. or whatever. Analia, I did look into crocheting socks. They, I think that I just picked a really bulky yarn. But yes, I have thought about crocheting socks. I crocheted a Christmas stocking for myself actually last year. So I kind of understand some of the basic fundamental principles of like the construction of the thing. I can't stand being bundled up either. I always wear super light flowy stuff like those Persian style pants. For me, it's about overstimulation on my skin. That may be part of it because I really do like big flowy things. Is stream laggy for anybody else? I think that it's not just you. I'm not sure like what else I can do on my end to stop that. Maybe. Okay, we're showing reconnecting on this. Are we back on YouTube? Come on. Are we back? Okay, we're back. Sorry. Hopefully that'll be better now. Sorry. I have this furnace that kicks on every 5 minutes. Hey, Brandy, thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome in. You were always on. It was showing me that it was like disconnected, so I'm glad that it's functioning again. Oh, yeah. Shit. I was like, God damn it. I tried to tweak something to make the stream run a little smoother, and it just disconnected temporarily, according to the YouTube backend. That's what it was saying, at least. Goodness gracious. Okay, I'm gonna pour my coffee really fast. If you're here and you've not hit like on the stream, go ahead and hit like. We're about to get back into watching the Philosophytube video. We're about 16 minutes in, and we're about to get to like the narrative of her trying to work through the bureaucracy of the NHS. So, thank you very much. I appreciate Brandy chucking me $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we'll be right back in just a sec. Okay. Ooh, yes. Ooh. Schrodinger's internet, don't know who's disconnecting until you check the router. True. Yeah, I'm gonna, oh shit. There's so much stuff on the list of shit that I have to buy. Like, I was like, well, I need to get a VPN to make sure that I'm gonna be safe in my new space. Like, oh, I need to get this. Oh, I need to get that. Like, I need to get a fucking temporary power. Hold on. What is it called? What do you call it? It's a battery backup, like a automatic power switch thing. Like, what the fuck are they called? I don't know. Temporary. I'm so frustrated right now. I just want to make this note really quick so that I can move on with my life. Yeah, temp power, so that when my internet goes out, like, it is gonna stay on. Like, when the power goes out, I mean. Thank you, a universal power source. Thank you, Jesus Christ. I was like, I know what the fucking word for this is. Okay, great. So, I just moved into my own place. There's so much. Yeah, like, seriously, thank you, Brandy, for the $3, because I'm like, I've been living with other people for my entire life, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to buy a broom, and like a vacuum, and like a kitchen trash can, and fucking dish soap. Like, oh my God, like, there's so much. Okay. Let's return now that we have our coffee. Oh shit, I didn't refill my water. Oh no, I did refill my water. I just left it over there. Hold on, I'm gonna get my water and then we're going back in. Okay, let's get back in. It'll get easier. Thank you, Ivy. I appreciate the reassurance. I'm hoping so. Okay, let me get my headphones back on. Don't forget TP. Yeah. The cool thing is that I think that we have enough TP here that I'll just take some of it, because I buy like enormous things of it. So that's cool. All right, let's get back in. Again, if you're here and you have not yet hit like on the video, please consider hitting like on the video. I appreciate you. That'll help us out quite a bit. And we'll be able to continue growing the channel through the winter, hopefully, so that I can remain financially independent. That's the goal. All right, let's do it.
Having waited much longer than the legal maximum waiting time, I decided to start sending some emails. I found out which trust runs the gender clinic I'd been referred to.
Oh shit.
And I wrote to someone on
Because she said earlier, like, there's different trusts that manage the gender identity clinics in the different parts of the country. So she's like, I got in touch with the people who fund the gender clinics, basically.
their board of directors. A man I'll be referring to as Major de Coverley. Major de Coverley is the Trust's head of compliance. It's his job to make sure that they're following all the rules. He's not a doctor, and actually that's worth bearing in mind. The NHS is not administered by doctors. It's administered by administrators. I wrote to Major de Coverley every week for several months, and eventually he wrote back.
Dear Abigail, as
Just like, you've sent me so many letters, you must stop.
you've noted in your email, we are unable to offer a first appointment with the 18-week time frame that operates for most NHS services. Although this 18-week recommendation does, in principle, apply to our service, we and all the other gender services nationally are unable to meet this target currently due to very high demand.
Here I can bring in one of our big philosophers for today.
I love this shit
Sarah
so much.
Ahmed, and her book Complaint, which is all about how making complaints to institutions reveals the way they really work. In his letter to me, Major de Coverley was using a very interesting technique from management and business philosophy, a technique called lying.
God, she's so savage in this video. Oh my God. Oh wow, Spider says, if anybody could take on the NHS, it's Abby. I watched one of her after video streams once, and she said that in school she would simply pre-write essays, memorize them, and then copy them down on tests. She would figure out every possible question on tests and memorize all the answers. Impressive shit. She would also get a week ahead on philosophy readings and then stayed ahead all semester. That's crazy. I mean, it's admirable. I am so proud of her. I think she could accomplish great things. I think that if she weren't trans, she could be like a nuclear physicist or some shit. Like, I don't know, but like, you know, I feel like she's limited in that regard, unfortunately, especially now as a woman and everything. Anyway.
The 18-week time limit is not a recommendation.
I am going to become Abigail in uni. I salute you, Wreckage. I salute you. Good luck.
Target that applies in principle. It's actually a right. I pointed this out. Politely, of course.
Yeah.
And his next move seemed a little better.
She was like, by the way, this is not a recommendation. This is the right of all. Should I let one of you clip? Do I need to let you guys make a comrade for me?
If you would like to discuss any aspect of your complaint further, please do let me know, and I will arrange for you to speak to a senior member of the Gender Identity Clinic.
That sounded like progress. Talking to the guy who runs the clinic, yeah. If anyone can get me an appointment, he surely can. So we arranged a meeting. He picked the time and place. I waited for over an hour. And he never turned up. I honestly cannot stress enough to you
It's so shit.
how absolutely f***ing shit all these people are at scheduling. They miss emails. They forget to press send when they write their replies. Multiple times we've arranged meetings. They chose the time and place, and then they just never turned up. Trying to
Gotta be
reach them
so frustrating.
is like attempting the impossible. All these little mistakes get made, but they're always mistakes that benefit the institution, never the person complaining. And for this reason, Sarah Ahmed coins the term strategic inefficiency.
This is like revolutionary. This is crazy. This is I love this phrase because it's perfect.
The harder it is to complain, the fewer complaints they have to deal with. The more they can just carry on doing what they're doing. She also says that making a complaint becomes a kind of unpaid job.
Oh God, true.
Because in order to complain about a system, you have to spend a lot of time learning about how it's supposed to work. I don't think I can adequately explain to you just how maddening it is to go through all that organizational hell, and then when you finally get into the meeting, they don't know the rules that they're supposed to be following. So often in this process, I have wanted to say to these people, why am I doing your job? Just dozens and dozens and dozens of emails, hundreds of hours spent doing this in my free time just to get an appointment with a doctor. And so that I can turn it into educational content for all of you fine people.
I feel like if she didn't have the music for the background of that section, that it would have come across much more serious. But it was like made it sound more like a ridiculous clown show. This is like Southern United States. They use bureaucracy and inefficiency in order to discriminate. They've been doing it for over 100 years. Yeah, like I imagine that this is probably one of the primary, I'm going to fucking allude to the American healthcare system, like just reflecting the NHS. I would imagine that the kind of things that get, like, for example, there's like an epidemic of black women being undertreated and dying in situations where they ought to. But I imagine that a lot of that is like a many small, in this same way that Abigail will continue talking about the scope of people involved and like the fact that it's like a number of small things that all kind of together make it functionally impossible to receive healthcare. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of small things like not telling the next nurse who comes on when you last received painkillers or some shit like that. Just like little things like that that can altogether like lead to death,
Patreon.com/philosophytube. I am no longer asking. Sign the up.
Exhaustion.
She does so much more difficult work than I do. So if you want to support her, I highly encourage you to do so. Again, hold on real quick. Again, if you're here and you weren't here when we first started, please leave her a like and a kind comment on the video while you're watching it here with me. And I would also prefer that you take the time to watch it on your own. But at the very minimum, drop her a like and a little nice comment. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Can become a management technique. So much of the work of complaint is work we would not have to do if institutions were...
Hold on, let me start this over.
I am no longer asking. Sign the up.
Exhaustion can become a management technique. So much of the work of complaint is work we would not have to do if institutions were as committed to creating open, accessible, and inclusive environments as they claim to be.
Eventually, I managed to reschedule that meeting, and I came face to face with a man who actually runs a gender identity clinic. I'll call him Major. He's not a doctor, but he sat there and he nodded and listened sympathetically as I explained I'd been waiting for longer than the legal maximum waiting time and I'd like my appointment now, please. He told me the exact same thing Major DeCoverley had. They aren't working within the 18-week time limit, and they aren't going to.
What the fuck do you do?
Exactly what it is that you think I can do.
You're a major. You're major. You can just sign things.
Sign what?
The form.
What form?
After several weeks of back and forth, it dawned on me that Major DeCoverley had arranged this meeting not to actually solve the problem, but to try and get rid of me. Ahmed says
course.
Institutions handle complaints using non-performative speech.
Oh, this is really interesting. I like
In
this.
philosophy, performative speech is when you say something and by saying it, you also do it. Like when you say, I promise, you're speaking, but you're also doing the act of promising. Or if you're at a straight wedding and the officiant says, I now pronounce you man and wife, they're saying it and they're doing it. On the flip side, non-performative speech is when you say something and by saying it, you prevent it from being done. Like, we are listening to feedback. We take your concerns very seriously. Non-performative speech is how an institution can appear to be doing something about a problem whilst actually very deliberately doing nothing. Major supplied a top-tier example when he said that whilst the waiting times are bad, we are working hard to improve the quality of wait.
That's horrendous. What does that mean? The quality of wait? Like, are you going to give me a phone call every week and say, sorry, the wait list is still 19 years long? Click. Like, oh my God.
I said, that's like telling me you're going to keep kicking me in the face, but you're working hard to put on softer shoes. I pointed out that by failing
I really hope that she did say that.
to treat patients within the required time, some of whom died, the clinic was doing a great deal of harm to trans people. And at this point, Major got upset. He said, I'm a black gay man. I'm a trans ally. I have trans friends. I'm on your side here. Which was very interesting because we'd been talking about the failures of the clinic, but he substituted the clinic for himself as a person.
Are we sure that Abigail is not an autist? Because, like, I've never really thought about it, but she kind of does vibe, right? I don't know. It's never a disparate. Listen, I'm always saying it as a good thing.
He took my complaints about the failures of the system as an attack on his character.
Like, the fact that she seems so bewildered by this is exactly the same experience that I've had so many times, where she's like, I was trying to criticize, like, the system, and because you're part of the system, you've taken it as human criticism of you, and I just don't really give a shit about you as a person, to be honest. Like, why are you getting so defensive about it? Like, that I've just gone through this exact same process.
And in so doing, he made the conversation...
Thank you for contacting the Void. Your scream is very valuable to us. I just couldn't hold it.
...about his feelings, rather than the failures that he's responsible for, and how he's going to fix them. This is also a management technique that Ahmed and others have identified. The scholar Manta Akapardi talks about her experiences trying to criticize university departments for institutional racism, and she found that when she raised this problem, the white women in charge of the university departments often cried because they thought they were being called racist.
Oh my God, it's like a historical frustration. You cannot tackle any problem because white women crying about it, like, just stops all progress. Hey, Peanut Butter Blondie, welcome to the website. Thank you so much for hopping over. I appreciate you.
Their hurt feelings then become the problem. And the real problem, the institutional racism, never got addressed.
Yeah, that's also like a classic Darvo technique. Like, I don't even know if they're doing it on purpose, but it's like, yeah, let's make it to where like let's deny the racism, or like let's make it to where like, oh, you're aggressive actually. Like, there is no racism problem if you would just stop being so whatever, again, retro-causally justifying the abuse.
In your eyes, Clevenger, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference who wins the war to someone who's dead.
Congratulations. I can't think of another attitude that could be depended upon to give greater comfort to the enemy.
The enemy is anybody who's gonna get you killed, no matter which side he's on.
Having established
Oh, wow, I like that. It's like, because, sorry, in that reading, the enemy is the guy who's going to get you killed no matter what side he's on. That could mean that your superior officer is the enemy if he's going to get you killed.
I can't think of another attitude that could be depended upon to give greater comfort to the enemy.
The enemy is
Oh,
anybody...
also, hello, Tenor Martin. I wonder if the doctor's reaction was because of constraints he is stuck with as well. No, listen, Tenor Martin, I'm not going to take the video back, but she specifically said that basically none of the people that she talked to are doctors. The person who runs the gender identity clinic, the one that she was speaking to just then who got all defensive, not a doctor. That person is an administrator. That person is a manager. Like, yeah, it doesn't, it's not like I as a doctor am working really hard on your behalf. It's like I as a manager caught in bureaucracy feel like you're personally attacking me because I'm like actually in a position to try to fix things and I'm fucking not. Anyway, no, you're fine, Tenor Martin. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate your commentary. I just wanted to make it clear because I know people are coming in and out, and like, yeah, obviously, take the time to watch the video on your own, please. For sure. Okay.
Anybody who's gonna get you killed, no matter which side he's on.
Having established pretty thoroughly that Major was a dead end, I went back to Major DeCoverley. And this time he said that if I was still unsatisfied with how my complaint had been resolved, because it hadn't been resolved,
yeah, true. God.
I was free to make a complaint to the parliamentary...
Like, just, I think the audacity of saying, like, I deferred you to the gender identity clinic person and now I consider the matter resolved. Like, this is another fucking problem with the neurotypicals. They're like, actually, I've decided that it's not a problem anymore. Like, bitch, please, are you fucking kidding me?
Health Service Ombudsman, which I guess in this example would be like the military police. They're an independent body who is supposed to investigate the NHS when things go wrong. So I made a formal complaint to them and they told me that they would assign an investigator within 8 weeks.
Another 2 months.
16 weeks later.
14.
They did.
Yeah, sorry, 4 months
a man
later.
I'll be referring to as Chaplain Tapman. Chaplain Tapman was honestly the only person I spoke to in this whole journey who was the least bit sympathetic. He asked me how my experiences had made me feel about Major DeCoverley and Major. And I quoted Moby Dick to him, which we both found very funny.
Chaplain, insanity is contagious. Everybody's crazy except for us. You and I have to be careful. We may be the only sane people in the entire world.
However, after several more months of waiting for him to investigate, he told me his superiors had ordered him to drop the case.
I apologize for this negative outcome.
One thing I was surprised to...
There is going to be an explanation for that. at one point in the video later on, but initially it's actually just like, it kind of just seems like there's no good reason for it, and they don't give her an explanation.
To hear from Chaplain Tapman, though, was that there were other cases that he was also being ordered to drop. It honestly hadn't occurred to me before that anyone else might have taken it as far as I had. Ahmed talks about how official complaints procedures can be individualizing, which kind of just means lonely. The NHS has no way for a group of people to complain together about the same problem. You have to do it alone and bear the cost on your time and your emotions alone too, which is another way of discouraging you from trying.
This is also what it's like to try to apply for disability.
I guess if somebody really wanted to, they could put together a kind of collective complaint. Like they could get together with some friends and go down to NHS England's offices, maybe with some signs and placards and a microphone. So I did. Together with a bunch of activists from a group called Transgender Action Bloc, I attended a protest outside NHS England's offices. There were hundreds of us who'd all just been denied healthcare. Some of whom had been left in pain between surgeries.
Sorry, that's important to note. Some of whom had been left in pain between surgeries. Like, we talked about a detransitioner a while back, and like it is worth mentioning that like even if they didn't end up regretting their choice, like, you know, if this person, you know, didn't have, you know, like the regret of their, you know, penis being gone and having a new vagina there that's all fucked up and whatever, like having the new vagina being all fucked up and everything like probably made things exponentially worse. And the fact that the surgery may have not been done correctly, they had not been properly prepped before surgery, you know, as much as it's very shitty that that person did turn around and try to say like, oh, fuck trans people, like J.K. Rowling is based and everything, it is still horrendous what happened to them. And it still happened to them because of their, because of the system being underfunded and bureaucratically like deliberately slowing down the care in myriad ways.
Some of whom had lost friends and relatives. But it still didn't get me an appointment. NHS England never even publicly acknowledged that protest took place. I cried on the phone to Chaplain Tapman. I asked, is there anyone else I can possibly appeal to besides God? And he said,
I'm not aware of there being a higher authority.
But he was wrong. There is a higher authority.
There was just a moment there where she was like the screaming, shrieking frustration of being told that there is no further recourse, like no one else for you to appeal to while you're being denied healthcare. And then she's about to go fucking gangster mode though.
There is. And after a few more months of emailing, I found him. The man behind the man. The man who gives the orders. Colonel Cathcart. Colonel Cathcart is the head of NHS England's specialised commissioning. He tells the trusts how they have to handle medical transition. He can't act on his own, but everyone I spoke to told me he's the guy. And when I emailed the CEO of the NHS herself, she also passed me back down to him.
I'm Colonel Cathcart, and as of now, I'm in charge of you sorry-ass bunch of homosexuals.
By the way, a lot of these people's emails aren't publicly listed, and it was
so
kind of
funny.
fun to go hunting for them. I managed to get in touch with the CEO of the NHS.
Sorry, this is all just like, this is like 2 years of this being Abigail's special interest. Like she's so autistic about this.
Old workplace email off LinkedIn, emailing that and getting an automatic out-of-office reply saying, hey, I'm leaving this job now to go and run the NHS. If you need me, here's my new email address. And I was like, yes, I'm in. I told Colonel Cathcart I had been waiting for much, much longer than the legal maximum waiting time, and I would like to have my appointment now, pretty please. He told me to take it up with Major and Major de Coverley, and I said, Colonel, you're not going to believe it, but they've already sent me to you. And then he told me that the reason for the delays was because GPs are uncooperative. The very problem I'd encountered at the start. He told me that everyone wants to change the system and make it faster, but they can't because GPs won't let them. The GPs are scared.
I'm sorry, but how could GPs be having anything to do with this? Like, at this point in the process, Abigail is not working with her GP. She's waiting for an appointment at a gender identity clinic. GPs don't work at GICs. Like, I love how she tells you how to get Cathcart's, yeah, she kind of tells you how to get these emails. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, but no, like, the GPs would have nothing to do with it at this point. But again, we're talking about a massively long process of bureaucratic hand waving of like, get out of my face repeatedly. That's all they're trying to do.
He told me, and one of Cathcart's flunkies sent me this. This document is from 2019. It was published by the Royal College of GPs. It's titled The Role of the GP in Caring for Gender Questioning and Transgender Patients. They really need a more exciting naming system. In it, the Royal College acknowledges that GPs get no training in trans healthcare and that trans patients sometimes have bad experiences. So they recommend more resources in the system and more training. And that's basically it. There's nothing in here to support Cathcart's claim that GPs are the ones standing in the way of changing the system. In fact, it seems to me that when you actually read this document, they acknowledge several reasons why the system should change.
Custard stuff in the YouTube chat actually says the GPs have an inordinate amount of control over trust funding. Interesting. So they could be experiencing these slowdowns at the GIC because the GPs are not allowing money to go to them. Like, local trust boards are often made up by a majority of the GPs that work in that trust. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
It's even weirder, too, that he sent me this, given that it makes a bunch of recommendations from 2019, and none of them have actually happened. So why send me this, as if it explains or solves anything? But then I remembered some more philosophy from Sarah Ahmed. She talks about how documents become tools of institutional performance. They don't really exist in order to be read. They exist to give the institution a good image. An example might be anti-bullying policies. Your workplace probably has one. And Ahmed talks about how when she encountered bullying in her workplace, she reported it to management, and they sent her a copy of the policy, even as they defended the bullies.
Documents create fantasy images of the organizations
how's it
they
going?
apparently describe. The document says, "We are diverse," as if saying it makes it so. Many practitioners and academics have expressed concerns that writing documents or having good policies becomes a substitute for action. As one of my interviewees puts it, you end up doing the document rather than doing the doing.
Interesting.
Furthermore, the orientation toward writing good documents can block action insofar as the document then gets taken up as evidence that we have done it.
Colonel Cathcart was just doing the same thing Major de Coverley had, trying to get rid of me, except instead of using a meeting, he was using a piece of paper. But
See you later, Sizukara.
since he tried to shift the blame to the Royal College of GPs, you know what I did next. You know I had to do it to him. I emailed the Royal College of GPs. And after doing that every week for several months, they let me speak to one of their top guys, a guy I'll call Major Danby. I actually asked Major Danby outright, is it true what Colonel Cathcart said? Is it true that GPs are the reason behind all of this? And he said, oh, no. It's the British Medical Association's fault. So I emailed them too. I'm not giving up. This is my white whale. That's right, motherfuckers. I was assigned hater at birth.
I love her so
Colonel
much.
Cathcart's fault. At this point, I was feeling very calm, very normal. Joker makeup was bursting out of my pores. I was turning into a giant insect, falling down an infinitely repeating staircase. Things of this nature. I couldn't understand it. We have the right to be seen within 18 weeks. I'd waited at this point over a year. Just what the heck is going wrong with the NHS?
Unequal treatment. Music like, yes,
Now,
okay,
I
time to be
bet that
thoughtful.
some of you are sitting there thinking, that sucks. But what do you expect? The NHS is in crisis. And you are absolutely right. To show you just how right you are, I'd like to take a moment now to calmly, impartially, explore exactly why the NHS is in crisis.
I hate that I can't speed this up because her performance is too
The
good.
situation is pretty dire for everyone right now. There are over 7
But also,
million
like,
people
it's gonna
in
be a very
England
long
on
stream
some
today.
kind of
Strap
waiting
in.
list for NHS care. The majority of maternity units in England no longer meet safety standards.
That's
there are
fucked
parts
up.
of England where you'll wait for several hours just to get an ambulance, and public satisfaction with the NHS is
Oh my god, NHS stands for never heard nor seen. Wow, fucked up. True though.
at a 25-year low. There are regional inequalities too. The healthcare that you get in Newcastle, where I'm from, might be of a very different standard to the healthcare you get in Sunderland, just one city over. And that sucks because, as much as it pains me to say it, the people of Sunderland do deserve to live. Obviously, on the condition that they renounce their football team. Things are certainly a mess, but on the other hand, being impartial, I'm sure the health secretary has a plan to fix it. Whoever that is this week. Depending on who you ask, there are different explanations for all this mess. According to the government, things were pretty okay, but then COVID came along, and it's true that COVID did not help. The pandemic swallowed up a lot of the NHS's capacity, still is, and a lot of frontline healthcare workers burned out or had to be retasked or just died. According to people who don't like Brexit, Brexit caused a staff shortage. And it's true that that probably didn't help either, because a lot of NHS staff were from the EU.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Emphasis on were. Now that we've left, it is easier for them to go elsewhere, because European citizens have freedom of movement. If you're a doctor in France and you want to work abroad, you could fill out a whole bunch of forms and pay a bunch of money to go to England, or you could go to the Netherlands for free, where you've got more rights and the pay is better, and also they have...
There was also a similar thing with climate change, says Tenor Martin. They've been talking about the staff wall will hit when boomers start being too old to work. I mean, I think this is the only reason why population questions are of consequence, just because it's like, you know, you're going to lose a lot of capacity of doctors unless you like really start to incentivize people to become doctors. But of course, if you're mishandling a pandemic this hard, nobody wants to be a doctor because nobody wants to like die or like become like inundated with work constantly until you burn out dramatically. So
have double-decker trains in the Netherlands, which is really cool. We're having to recruit more medical staff from outside the EU now to make up for the Brexit shortfall, which is happening, but it does take a little bit of time. However, we should also bear in mind that this snowball has been rolling for a while. For the last decade and change, there's been a lot of cuts to public services, and when you slash budgets, not as much stuff can be done. Things run understaffed, overworked, underpaid, people burn out, new people are hard to find. Anecdotally,
I think this is just how capitalism works across the board.
Almost every doctor I know is planning to move to New Zealand. There was already a staffing crisis in the NHS before Brexit or COVID, and the capacity was already falling too. Remember earlier I said there are 7 million people in England on some kind of NHS waiting list? Well, before the pandemic, that number was already 4.5 million, so I think the ship had a few holes in before we even hit the iceberg, Captain. The NHS has also been massively impacted
it's been
by
deliberately underfunded. Yeah, she's saying by cuts to local government. Like, it's literally been deliberately underfunded quite massively.
Cuts to local government. Because in England, local government handles social care. For example, let's say that you're an older person and you have a knee replacement in an NHS hospital. After a few days, you're well enough to go home, but you need a social worker to go and get groceries for you or to just pop in and check on you every now and again whilst you continue recovering. Well, the bad news is there aren't enough social workers. There aren't even enough people to process your application for a social worker because budget cuts. You're not sick enough to stay in hospital, but you're not really well enough to go home on your own, so you just kind of sit there like a lemon. There are a lot of people sitting around in hospital beds who don't need to be there, but who can't be discharged because they've got nowhere they can go. And that means that new people
I didn't know about this very
can't
specific
come in.
problem.
These
That's really rough.
cuts are also very difficult to row back on. One way that a trust can make up a shortfall in its budget is by selling its assets off to private developers. And once a piece of the health service is owned by an American private equity firm or a Chinese investment group, they ain't going to want to give it back. If a job like nursing, for instance, just doesn't pay enough for people to live on, then that creates massive recruitment problems that are very difficult to get around.
Yeah,
On
like
the other
fundamentally,
hand,
what can you do?
being impartial, I'm sure that after over a decade of all these cuts, the British economy is in great shape. With all this ambient crisis going on, isn't it understandable that things are bad for trans patients? I mean, wouldn't it be unfair to criticise the NHS, even ungrateful? Wouldn't it play right into the hands of the people who want to privatise it? That's definitely an argument that some people make, and I'm being calm and rational and impartial, so I'm not going to say no, but I am very strongly going to say yes. And my GP didn't refuse to help me because they didn't have the money. It would have cost her nothing to actually do her job. The 2013 and 2015 investigations into trans healthcare didn't find problems of budget, they found problems of bigotry. Also in 2015, the Women and Equality Select Committee issued a report on the state of trans healthcare, which again identified prejudice as a major obstacle. And we aren't the only minority that gets hit by it, unfortunately.
Of course not.
Remember earlier I said that the majority of maternity units in England don't meet safety standards? Well, black women are 4 times as likely to die in childbirth than white women.
Is that
Oh,
true,
and if you're
like, in both
trans
of our
and-
countries? Like, I mean, I know that that's a problem in America. I mean, I guess, like, we're both fairly white supremacist countries established by colonialism and genocide. So probably, yeah, like, but still, I didn't know that.
And a person of colour? That's a double whammy. Pretty much all of these reports also say that getting trans healthcare is even more difficult if you aren't white. Although they never say it in those terms. They're always like, this report identifies inconsistencies in the treatment of transgender patients of colour whose needs are not always consistently being met by the health service. And it's like, guys, if you just called it racism, think how much money you'd save on printer ink.
True.
I'm not saying that everyone who works in the NHS is a frothing bigot. I'm just saying it is a fact that the NHS admits not all the problems are caused by a lack of funding. And with that in mind, I'd like to take a closer look now at how the trans healthcare system is actually designed.
I also love her hair in
Let's
that
say,
situation.
for the sake of argument, that you are a transgender woman and you want to get an orchidectomy. That's an operation to remove your testicles. In the USA, they say orchiectomy, but here we say orchidectomy, because the whole point is that you keep the D. A trans woman
I love that
in
joke.
England who wants that operation has to first get an appointment at the gender clinic, then be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, then be on hormone replacement therapy for a certain amount of time, and then she needs 2 separate psychiatric assessments. In contrast, a cisgender man, that is, a man who is not transgender, who has chronic scrotal pain and wants the same operation, can be sent straight to a surgeon from his GP.
That's crazy. I didn't know that you could just get your testicles removed, like, electively, like, outside the context of being trans, you know? Like I assumed that, you know, if you have testicular torsion or whatever, but I had never thought about, like, if you just have persistent scrotal pain, they can just take them out, like, and your GP can refer you. That's insanity.
It's not like it's a difficult procedure either. It's just like getting your tonsils out. Except they do it at the other end. And the same is true across the board. A cisgender woman with chronic uterine bleeding who wants a hysterectomy, that's a removal of the womb, can be referred to a surgeon from her GP. A transgender man who wants the same operation...
Yeah, Corpse Candy says, new strat. Before I come out to my GP, I will tell them I have pain. 4D chest. True. Persistent scrotal pain sounds pretty awful. Yeah, no kidding.
from the same surgeon has to go through all those extra steps. A cisgender woman who wants to take estrogen for menopause can get it from her GP. In fact, pretty soon, she'll be able to buy it from a pharmacy. A trans woman who wants the same medicine has to go to the gender clinic and be diagnosed with dysphoria first. This is the one that really gets me. If a cisgender man is worried about going bald, he can get testosterone blockers from his GP. But we can't. This isn't how other countries do it. The president of the World Professional Association of Transgender Health called the British system outdated and inefficient in 2021.
No kidding.
In
That's
Canada,
a dramatic
parts of the
understatement.
USA and Argentina, you can start medical transition a lot easier by just going to a GP. That's a space GP, not AGP. The system is very unpopular with patients, too. Speaking only for myself, I find it a little bit irritating that I have to go to a separate clinic to get the same medicine as everyone else. I mean, even if I could go on the same day and there was no waiting list, why do I have to? More on that later. Speaking not just for myself, in 2018, the NHS ran a consultation in which they asked patients what we wanted to change about the system. In 2015, the Women Inequality Select Committee also asked. Both reports clearly record patients' desires for an informed consent system, one in which we don't need to get a doctor's permission to transition, but we can just get our healthcare the same way everyone else does. In 2013...
I find it so maddening, too, that, like, it's just, like, all of these decisions are made by cis people. You know, when these fucking concern trolls are out here like, oh, no, like, if we need to make sure to attend to all the mental illness that the person has first and make sure everything else. It's like, nobody fucking asked you, first of all, like, why do you think that, like, a series of cisgender doctors need to sign off on my transgender transition? It might make sense if they were like, we need to put more knowledgeable people, like more trans people in these positions because real trans people will know. But no, they're like, they seem... I think it's like part of it, because you don't think of a trans person when you think of a doctor. You know, you think of like a cis man or maybe a cis woman, maybe. But it's like, I think that there's some kind of implicit thing in there of paternalism of like, certainly cisgender specialists can determine what's best for trans people. And it like is maddeningly infuriating. Yeah, we're not actually going to go into talking about AGP. It was just a cute little joke.
That GP report that I mentioned earlier also recommended an informed consent system. Surprise, surprise, systems like that are associated with higher patient satisfaction. And
oh, wow, it turns out if you give patients what they asked for, they're a lot happier. Fucking crazy.
Save the NHS a huge amount of money. Running these separate clinics has massive costs for staffing and training and computers. If they just gave us healthcare the same way cis people get, the way other countries do, the way we've been asking for years, it would genuinely save the NHS a lot of cash. Despite this,
but it's not about that.
Defenders of the British system say that it makes sure only specialists control who transitions. This, supposedly, prevents harm to patients. In particular, the harm of someone transitioning and then regretting it. Yes, the system can be very difficult, but it has a benevolent goal. And if you're very clever, you'll already have spotted what's wrong with that argument. Cast your minds back to the very first thing that happened to me in my quest to get healthcare. My GP, who had no training in trans medicine, refused to send me to the gender clinic, and there was nothing I could do. It's supposed to be that only specialists control who transitions, but in reality, everyone in this system, from the specialists to the GPs to the receptionist who answers the phone, everyone has the power to deny patients medical care by simply refusing to do their jobs.
Oh, God.
As sociologist Ruth Pierce points out in her book Understanding Trans Health, in this system, everyone controls who transitions, except the patient who's doing it.
True.
The system also doesn't prevent harm. As we've seen, it causes a great deal of harm, denying patients medical care, some of whom die as a result, and many others are forced to take risks like self-medication. But regret is a much more interesting consideration. For all sorts of reasons we don't have time to get into today, medical regret is actually a fascinating field and one that's very difficult to do studies on. Because, like, what are the units of regret? Wistfulness per kilogram, perhaps?
Wistfulness per kilogram,
the data
true.
we have suggests that
a random transition assigned to anyone, true.
Transition regret is actually very rare. I found a meta-analysis of 27 studies that looked at just under 8,000 trans patients in several countries who'd had some form of surgery, and which found a regret rate of about 1%. The other way of phrasing that would be to say that gender-confirming surgery appears to have a satisfaction rate of about 99%, according to that meta-analysis, which is remarkably high, especially when we compare it to other surgeries.
And I want to clarify there that that's a 99% satisfaction rate, even notwithstanding complications. That's like plenty of those people have complications and they are still not expressing any regret or dissatisfaction. Like, I've known people who are like, we were trying to make it so that I could stand to pee, but my urethral lengthening never really took, like it could never heal right. So I have a penis, but I can't stand to pee, and it's still worth it. Like, I'm still glad that I tried to get that. Even like, I'm not upset that I can't stand to pee because ultimately, like, the fundamentals are in the right place, you know? Uncontrolled transings for the children. True.
And that's the kicker. Because do you know what kind of surgery actually has quite high regret rates? Knee replacements. But there's no need for a psych evaluation before you get one of them.
True.
Another example, nose jobs. No psych evaluations there. Surgeon just says, okay, tell me what you want. Cyrano de Bergerac or Lord Voldemort? If you're not going to block cis people getting medical care on the grounds that they might regret it, it's pretty paternalistic to only do it for us. The argument...
Yeah, like how often elsewise in medicine... you know what? The only other place that I see this same thing happen in medicine is with hysterectomies for women and trans people. Like, if you want a hysterectomy, there is always going to be some barrier where the person tries to say, well, what if you want kids later? Which is implicitly like, what if you regret getting a hysterectomy and you wish you could have kids of your own or whatever? Yeah.
From regret is supposed to justify having this two-track system. But actually, it assumes the very thing it's supposed to be arguing for, namely that trans medicine and cis medicine should be separate, that trans regret and cis regret should never be compared. Designing the system to avoid hypothetical regret
not even compare them.
Also assumes that there is a conflict of interest between trans people and people who regret transitioning. But actually, we could be on the same side. There are a small number of people who do detransition. I found one study from Britain that looked at over 3,000 trans patients and found that 13 of them, about 0.4%, detransitioned. And interestingly, most of those detransitioned temporarily and retransitioned later. The study could only find 3 people who stopped permanently. Although there might be more, because if you just stop taking your hormones and going to the clinic, then you're not going to turn up in the data. But regardless, even if it is only 3 people...
It could be underreported.
They still matter. They still need healthcare too. And having to go around the houses to try and get it the same way we do is presumably just as much of a pain in their arse. And this is the really maddening thing, the real jokeification juice. If the NHS just gave us an informed consent healthcare system, it would save them a whole lot of money and time and produce better healthcare outcomes for everyone who uses it. That's why I personally cannot accept the argument that we should just suck it up because the NHS is in crisis. And if you take nothing else from today's video, then please let it be this. The deadly waiting times for trans health care in Britain are not caused by underfunding, excessive demand, or a lack of staff. And when the NHS says that, I'm really sorry, but they're just not telling the truth. These problems are caused by bad system design. And once I understood that, I was ready for what came next. Because Colonel Cathcart sat me down and he said, okay, you clearly...
Hold on. Yes, most people detransition because because of transphobia, really, because their family cuts them off, because they can't find work or something like that. Very few people detransition because they are ultimately actually not their gender, like they're not the gender that they thought that they were when they were transitioning. So yeah, that's why it's such a low number. The percentage of people who detransition total, it was like 0.4 in that study. The very low percentage of people who detransition, most retransition later because they are like, I would rather deal with the transphobia that I was dealing with before than dealing with what it feels like to be trying to live in my original role and be detransitioned or whatever. By the way, if you're enjoying stream, enjoying hanging out, please hit the like button real quick for me. I appreciate you. Consider pitching me $1 on Patreon, okay? This is my actual job, and I'm about to live alone for the first time this winter, so cool.
Understand the system and all of its problems. So, what do you propose?
Oh, what a great opportunity. Being like, ooh, what do you propose? Like, if you're so unhappy with this, I love that. Oh, it's like, well, let me tell you, slaps down a huge fucking binder. Actually, the solution is simple. You don't need a huge binder. Just fucking informed consent model.
This is not the first time that the NHS has dropped the ball. And looking at previous mistakes might help us to learn something. So with that in mind, I'd like to talk for a moment about the natural births scandal.
This is going to seem really unrelated for a minute.
The best way to deliver a baby is by doing what's called a cesarean section. So if the baby's the wrong way around, or if there's any number of problems, rather than push it out through the vagina, the doctor can cut open the womb and lift it out. And when it's done properly, the procedure is very safe and normal. I actually know people who've been born by C-section, and it's completely fine. But starting in the 1980s, the NHS, the Royal College of Midwives, and the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists somehow got it in their heads that C-sections are very bad, and you should only ever do natural birth. And there was never really any evidence for this.
I was the wrong way around.
This story
Nice.
is a great example of the ways in which the top levels of medical organizations can sometimes latch on to things that aren't really supported by the medical evidence. More on that later. Unfortunately,
I love the tone with which she says that. More on that later, like twice in this video now. Hey, Max, how's it going? Welcome in.
Disastrous consequences. The Shrewsbury and Telford Trust tried to reduce their number of C-sections to 0, with the result that between 2000 and 2019, hundreds of babies were left stillborn or with permanent brain damage, fractured skulls, and other complications from forced delivery.
Right, yeah, I can agree, Max. There, you probably have a shorter recovery period with a vaginal birth because you didn't get, your cut open and shit. Like, your muscles don't have to heal in the same way. But only with low-risk births. Yeah, like, I don't think that elective cesareans are a good thing. And actually, they're shockingly common in the United States. Like, basically elective cesareans where they're like, yeah, we're just going to schedule to take the baby out at this time. Even though the fucking stupid way that we measure pregnancy, like, you could be pulling a baby out a full month early. Just like, it's just so stupid. But yeah, they do a lot of elective cesareans here, and I don't think that that's good. Yeah, it seems dangerous. Like, it just seems unnecessary, right? Like, if your pregnancy is normal and everything, you should be letting it happen, right? 2 by emergency, and the 3rd one because of scar tissue. Yeah, like, if it's necessary, it's a great option to have. It's better to have that option. Because if you, the kind of, what Abigail is describing here is that the mindset was that not only that cesareans are, like, take longer to recover from or something like that, but like that they are in all cases to be avoided. So what the result is, like, a lot of deaths of parents and babies who needed cesareans, and they were like, we will try to avoid that at all costs. And in avoiding the cesarean at all costs, they just let babies die.
That between 2000 and 2019, hundreds of babies were left stillborn or with permanent brain damage, fractured skulls, and other complications from forced delivery. At least 12 mothers died in childbirth, and had they gotten C-sections, they'd still be alive.
It's fucked up.
Their families spent years campaigning to try and get this investigated. There were inquiries and reviews which the Trust fought every step of the way, but eventually the truth came out. The Royal College of Midwives has now officially apologised and accepted that its position on C-sections was not based on the medical evidence. The president of the Royal College of Obstetricians has also formally apologised, and the Shrewsbury and Telford Trust has paid out more than £58 million in damages and counting. The reason I tell this story is because it shows that no matter how bad things get, it is possible to address it. Mm-hmm. We can't bring back the people who died or undo the suffering. But the NHS can and does face up to its mistakes. And if they can do it for the natural birth scandal, then they can do it for us. One thing that would be good,
I love how compelling
would be if
she
there was
is,
some
for
kind
sure.
of inquiry or truth commission set up to look at the issues we've raised today. somewhere where the people who were denied healthcare and the families of the ones who died had a chance to tell their story. Something a bit more formal than lady in silly costumes makes a video essay.
I am so grateful for all of you here who would not be here otherwise if not for C-sections, though. Like, miracle of modern medicine, thank the Africans for fucking innovating C-sections and for washing their goddamn hands. Thank you to Africans.
It would be nice, too, if that inquiry featured a majority of trans people on its governing body. There have been NHS reports into this sort of thing before, but they tend to be, oh, cis people have investigated themselves and concluded they did nothing wrong.
True.
The report from that inquiry would then give us a nice place to start talking about material changes, like apologies, resignations, changing the system, memorials, damages, public executions, that sort of thing. It would be cool if GPs got some training in trans medicine. The RCGP recommended that years ago, so it'd be great if they actually got around to it.
Yeah.
There's lots of people who benefit from that sort of thing, actually. People who have endometriosis or who go through menopause have a really hard time getting GPs to listen to them. So if
Like,
doctors
typically
actually
people who are women, just typically.
knew a little bit more about the communities they're meant to be helping, as well as, tackling prejudice in the workforce, that sort of thing would be really helpful too. Decriminalising testosterone might also help. A lot of people do have to resort to self-medication when the NHS fails them, so a harm reduction approach would probably do a lot of good there.
True.
That's not something the NHS could do on their own. It would require political pressure to bring about. My dad suggested that I write to my MP about all this, so at time of recording, I have sent my MP 19 emails, 12 phone calls, and 1 handwritten letter, all of which she has completely ignored. I got a campaign leaflet through my letterbox the other day being like, hey, remember to vote for me at the next election. And I was like, babes, you should book yourself an orchidectomy because you've got some f***ing balls. External pressure could...
Oh my God, that joke, like her delivery of that is so solid. Let's watch it again. I'm sorry, we're going to watch it again.
And 1 handwritten letter, all of which she has completely ignored. I got a campaign leaflet through my letterbox the other day being like, hey, remember to vote for me at the next election. And I was like, babes, you should book yourself an orchidectomy because you've got some f***ing balls. External pressure could also be brought through the courts. Whenever I talk about this subject, Americans always tell me, you should launch a class action lawsuit, which sounds great, but sadly it doesn't really exist in England. The NHS is currently being sued by 4 trans people, though. That's why Chaplain Tapman was ordered to drop my case. His superiors say he can't do anything that might affect the outcome.
So there was a reason why, like, remember back fucking half an hour ago in the video, there was someone investigating the case and several other cases, and they just dropped the cases and didn't tell people why. Like, or I guess, like, maybe, I don't know if she just waited until now to reveal that that was why. But like, yeah, it's there was a specific reason for that. I love these glasses too. These are like 10-sided shape.
At time of recording, the case is scheduled to be heard any day now, and it could have major ramifications. At the end,
I'm curious what the case is, because I haven't looked into that myself, but I would love to keep tabs on how that's going to develop.
Of the day, though, the big solution is the one that's been staring the NHS in the face for years, the one we've been asking for years, the one that other countries already do. An informed consent system. I actually said this to Colonel Cathcart directly. I said, hey, why not just close the gender clinics? Get rid of the waiting list entirely. Let us get our healthcare the same way everyone else does. I mean, we don't need a doctor's permission to change our bodies, right? That's bodily autonomy 101. So, I mean, everyone agrees the system is bad. So, you're going to change the system. Aren't you? And Colonel Cathcart said, yes, I agree. Things do need to change. That's why I have a plan. A plan to change the system.
This is tremendously disappointing. So actually, I will pause for a second here. Peanut Butter Blondie asks, I'm curious if the culture in the UK has grown more vitriolic towards trans people the way it has in the US the last few years, if there's as much transphobia and aggressive ignorance, or if it's more accepted in general. Actually, the UK, in this instance, like, thanks. They're the ones leading this charge, truly. The Republicans picked it up kind of late. All this transphobia and stuff, like, J.K. Rowling has been a problem since, like, what, 2018? We're talking, like, 4 years at least of constantly having the BBC and The Guardian platforming transphobes and generally not inviting trans people to be part of those discussions, or if they do allow trans people to be part of those discussions, they also permit like pretty hateful, vitriolic comments. Like, I mean, you know, calling someone a man to their face is transphobia, and they just like don't stop the TERFs from saying shit like that. So it's actually significantly worse in the UK, I would say. And they've been, because they have a national healthcare service, they have the ability to restrict healthcare there in a way that we don't have in the United States. Like, we don't generally make, like, I mean, so we just don't have a singular system that, you know, in England, it's like you just, like, if you want the national healthcare, you have to go through this specific clinic, and it's just not like that in the United States. It's a lot more decentralized. And of course, the states each being different to one another helps, because there's not one overarching body that can just determine like, oh yeah, we're not going to put any resources towards trans healthcare. Like, that's the one good thing about the private healthcare system in the United States, is that it's not vulnerable to this kind of exploitation. But yeah, they've been bringing it over here for sure. And it's certainly got worse in the UK over the last several years. Like, it just continues to escalate. It really just seems like Republicans in the US are piggybacking off of that sort of momentum.
2020, NHS England commissioned a new pilot scheme called Trans Plus here in London. It's a sexual health clinic and a gender identity clinic rolled into one. And this is Colonel Cathcart's baby. He told me so himself. He wants this to be the future of trans healthcare in England. There are more clinics like it on the way.
Oh, that's also why Tavistock was closed. Like, the youth clinic, people keep being like, ooh, gotcha. They closed the Tavistock clinic because they know that you're not supposed to give hormones to the trans kids. But no, it's because they have like 3 other youth ones that are supposed to open to replace Tavistock.
Patients and activists have been campaigning for years to get something done, and it's possible that this might represent a slight improvement at some point in the future. But when Cathcart told me this, I wept, because this plan doesn't change the system at all. We still have to get permission from a doctor to get the same healthcare that everyone else can. GPs still have way too much power. It's still out of step with what other countries are doing. It's still a massive, unnecessary, expensive layer to the system. Patients still have no control over what happens to us. And this is the bit that really gets me. He wants us to just forget about all the horrible things that have happened. Sarah Ahmed talks about how institutions have their own relationships to time, what philosophers call temporality. When you make a complaint, you look back at the harm that was done. But in all my conversations with NHS senior officers, they only want to look forwards. They don't want to look back at the warnings they were given, at the promises they made, at the harm that was done. Especially, they don't want to look back at the people who died as a result of their decisions, or the people who were permanently negatively impacted. It's nice that they want to open more clinics at some point. But what about the people who need healthcare now? What about the people who are dead? Even if we only look at the ones who survived, tens of thousands of people were kept waiting and suffering needlessly for years. They knew about it and did nothing. They're still suffering. This is still happening. People's lives are being destroyed by this system. And they matter. There's nothing in Cathcart's plan about actually fixing any of it. Not even an apology. Ahmed says the burden of forgiveness often falls on the person making the complaint. We're expected to look forward, like the institution does, and accept that we'll never get justice. I actually asked Colonel Cathcart point blank, who's looking into these cases? When are you awarding damages? When's the public apology coming? Who is going to resign over these failures, Colonel? And he hasn't said anything. At time of recording. And if we actually do look back.
I'm just gonna pause for a second, y'all. Like, I think it's important to soak in and everything, but like, I'm about to cry, so I'm just gonna like take a breather. Yeah, no, Andy's Mints, I think that you're reasonable, even if you don't have someone who can, even if you don't have someone who could get you pregnant in your life, it makes sense to still be on birth control. Like, you know, I have younger siblings who are like not having sex yet, and I'm like, they need to be on birth control because who knows who could just try to like do something to them, you know? So yeah, sorry. The lack of accountability, like it just seems like, you know, Colonel Cathcart has said, I have a plan, and because he's the person in charge, like he's where the buck seems to stop on this particular issue. Like, because he has decided he has a plan and it's going to work out, like no further change. Like I think the frustration that we're experiencing with Abigail at this time of the video is her being like, I basically have finally run up against I've run up against a fucking giant stone wall that's like, the waves are not anywhere near cresting the top of this thing, you know, like how am I going to swim over? Because, yeah, and how intensely frustrating is probably knowing a lot of people who are suffering in this way. Like, I'm not involved in my local trans community. She seems to be involved in her local community. And, you know, again, like, it's relatively inexpensive to get a hold of fucking hormones for a trans woman, but, you know, she had to go private for FFS, and, you know, if she wants bottom surgery, she's probably gonna have to go private. Like the system is so restrictive that basically everyone is stuck in the same situation that Americans are, which is that insurance typically doesn't want to cover our shit. Or like, honestly, the waiting that you do in America is the process of trying to force your fucking insurance to cover the shit that they're supposed to cover. Like, you're paying for a service. It's the exact same thing as in the NHS. Like, you're paying for a service via your tax dollars, and they're just not giving you the care that you need. Like, frankly, I wish that there was some regulation about insurance and like a bunch of people who aren't doctors weighing in on your medical needs, you know? Yeah, let's roll back into it.
We'll find that this plan is not what patients wanted. Remember, we said we wanted an informed consent system several times. They've been publishing reports and investigations and consultations into it for almost a decade. Multiple times we told them what we wanted, and this is not that. However this plan shakes out, it represents NHS England, and Colonel Cathcart in particular, I'm afraid, continuing to override the expressed wishes of the people they are meant to be helping. When Cathcart told me his plan, I went back to Major Danby a second time, and I said, Major, based on everything I've seen, it seems to me that decisions about the healthcare of patients are being made not based on the medical evidence, but based on interdepartmental politics and institutional inertia. And he said, yes, you're absolutely correct.
Like, again, like, this administrator at least could admit, like, all these decisions are being made because of bureaucracy and, like, stupid bullshit, like inertia, institutional inertia. That's a really great way to phrase it. Like, how intensely disempowering has that got to be? You're like, I have been trying for, like, at this point, probably she's been engaged in this process for like a year and a half at this point in just the narrative, and feeling like no progress is ever going to be made. Like, that's kind of, I don't know, that's how it feels in the US sometimes with like the broader political shit. It's just like, it seems like there's nothing we can do but get the fuck out, just repeatedly, increasingly, forever. Sending much queer love and queer joy to anyone struggling at this moment. Yeah, Ivy, for sure. And this is why we riot. Yeah, no kidding.
So, I mean, at least someone finally admitted it. As I said, this has been a very difficult episode for me because, Philosophytube is about compassion and reason. But it's hard to maintain those things in the face of a brutal and irrational system. In truth, I hate what this experience has done to me. It has wasted my goodness, and it has made me angry and bitter.
I straight up had to walk away from my desk at this point in the video last time. Yeah, I'm gonna cry, because I think that I've had a lot of experiences that have lent to this type of feeling, and it's just kind of ongoing of like, I'm so tired of things happening to me that make me feel less good toward other people. Like, I don't like how angry I am all the time, and I don't like being made to feel like I have to fight so much harder than other people for very basic dignity and acceptance. And I just really resonated with that part for her being like, I don't like what this has done to me and how I view other people, and like my own sense of who I want to be. Like, you know, I will, like, you know, yell at the cat because he's meowing a lot, and I'm like, I really need you to shut the fuck up and get away from me. And I don't want to be like angry and like big and scary to like my cat, you know. And I'm like recognizing the ways in which the pervasive exposure to hostility toward us as a group has like damaged me, you know. Yeah, it feels like these struggles take pieces off of you a little bit at a time. Like it starts to feel really important to cultivate joy, like, because I feel like they're trying to steal it from me, you know, like they want to steal our goodness. And that, like, you know, there's that like Twitter post or whatever that's like, yeah, only the cockroach motherfuckers are the ones who are left. And I don't want to be that. Like, I want to, you know, you can be strong and everything and be like resilient, but I don't want it to harden me. And that's something I struggle with quite a lot, is remaining soft. So that's where the community aspect is really significant to me. Knowing other trans people, loving other trans people, being in communities where, like, you know, we're going to stick out and help each other. Softness has only hurt me in life. Yeah, yeah. You don't want to be vulnerable, and it's hard, but you just have to like carve out spaces where you can be that. Like, that's part of what I'm looking forward to about being alone this winter, is like, I'm going to be able to carve out softness for myself and like not have to worry about conflict to the same degree. It's part of the way these systems are the way they are. They're designed to grind us down. Yeah, like, and like I said, the same thing about like trying to apply for disability earlier. It's like they don't want to give it to you. They're bureaucratically trying to force you to give up. Staying soft and caring in the face of it all is a wonderful, if difficult, thing. Yeah. Gosh. So that's kind of the part of this video that I resonated with the most. And I feel really bad for her. Like, she's been tenacious this whole process, but it's also like, yeah, she said it's like damaged her in a way. Okay, hold on. Let's roll back into it. We can do it.
And I don't like being that way. The angry, easy explanation is that the system is bad because the people in charge are bad, and that it won't change because of them. And I don't want to think that way about my fellow human beings. I don't think my old philosophy teacher, Mr. Baker, would want me to think that way either. I know that people try their best. And so there must be another explanation. Why are institutions so inflexible? Why are they so difficult to change? Is it because ultimately people are nasty and selfish? Or is there a deeper reason? And that's actually why this topic is so fascinating to study. Because this sort of thing's happening all over.
I really respect her earnest desire for there to be a reason other than people being, like, inherently unwilling to change. Like, I like how she's like certainly the institution itself creates some of these problems. Like, you know, it can't be that the people just don't care. Like, I really kind of admire her for that. And that's part of why, like, I think I'm much further along than she is in terms of, like, feeling reactive to the negativity of the world, because I already don't, like, I already am fairly convinced that these people don't care about trans people. Like, all these people that she's talked to in this process, like, I am already, like, I've been dead convinced the entire time, like, these people are going to waste your time because they don't care if you die on the wait list, you know?
Over. We've known that climate change is a problem for ages. We know what we have to do to stop it, but we keep doing things that we know won't work. We know about the threats from rising inequality and increasing extremism. We talk and we talk and we talk and we don't do anything. Why not? Well, after a lot of research, I think I've found an answer.
Yeah, I love learning from her so much. I feel like she might be the kind of, like, as far as trans people in the community actually go, I think that she might be someone who would be permanently unwilling to be friendly with me because of my, you know, refusal to condemn people like Vosh, and the fact that I think it's kind of shitty that her friend Sophie from Mars has, like, smeared someone who at the time was, like, 20 years old and, like, coming out of an abusive situation. Like, I don't really think that's cool. So, yeah, she's someone who I adore and I would love to know better, but I also am like, we are just slightly on the wrong side of a couple of things.
Beer was a management cyberneticist, which is a very cool job title, and probably explained by the fact that he invented it.
There you go.
Basically, he
Just
thought a
invent a
lot
cool
about
job title and then do the
computers,
job.
and he tried to apply what he knew to institutions. The job of any institution, he says, is to take inputs and give consistent outputs. So, for example, imagine you've got a very simple system with one employee, and their job is to push one button whenever a customer asks them to. In this case, the input is the customer asking, and the output is the button push. The system has two states that it can be in. Either he presses the button or he doesn't. So we say that it has a variety of 2. If you have 10 employees and they each have one button, now the system has a variety of 1,024. That's the number of possible combinations of button pressed or not. If you have 100 employees, now the system has a variety of 2 to the 100. And if you have a system as big as the NHS, with employees who have jobs way more complicated than pushing one button, and inputs a lot more varied than please push the button, you can see how things get pretty complicated pretty fast. Faced with all this variety, how can any institution possibly deliver consistent outputs? In an ideal world, an institution would have enough variety to cope with any possible input. So, for example, in the ultimate clothing store, there is one shop assistant for every customer, and there are infinite different sizes of every single possible item of clothing you could ever want. And I still can't find a crop top I enjoy wearing. Obviously, that's not practically possible, though, especially when an institution is running on a limited budget. So Beer says every institution has systems in place to keep variety down. We've already seen several during my voyage through the NHS.
This is really interesting stuff.
GPs with very narrow mindsets, complaints procedures that are restrictive and individualizing, documents that exist to be read but never followed, non-performative statements that are used to brush people off. These are all ways that the NHS tries to keep variety down and keep on ticking to produce consistent outputs, even when that means consistently bad ones.
Interesting.
The drive to reduce variety, Beer says, is like gravity or entropy. He actually calls it a natural law and says that institutions do this even when the people working in them don't want them to, and even if it makes things less efficient and more expensive. This is why big institutions are so inflexible and why change happens so slowly, inch by angry inch. Beer was especially interested in when this drive causes an institution to collapse. He says we shouldn't really think of them like this, as a fixed hierarchy. That's really only useful if you're trying to find someone to blame.
I mean, fair enough.
Instead, he says, try thinking of an institution like a wave on a beach. A wave is a system. Water molecules move in a circle. And as they get closer to the shore, the ones on the bottom are slowed down by friction with the seabed. And so the circle becomes elliptical until it becomes so elliptical that the water molecules on the top collapse and the wave breaks. This happens because the system of the wave is internally unstable, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. It's just physics. So too, Beer says, institutions have the drive to reduce variety. And if that drive contradicts what people actually need from it, then eventually it will fail. Bearing all that in mind.
What does that look like? Like, well, that would be bad though, right? Like, what does the NHS failing look like?
In my opinion, this system is failing and will continue to fail despite Cathcart's plan, because the drive to reduce variety contradicts what patients actually need. If we had an informed consent system, which would be like allowing patients to push the buttons ourselves, that would be better, but it would massively increase the system's variety. It would require it to give a new kind of output, which it instinctively resists. And there's one big example of this that I'd like to look at in the final section of today's video, that I think explains a lot of the problems that we see here. This is the spicy bit. This is the bit where probably a few people are going to get a little bit upset at me, but...
Oh, this part of the video is really interesting. I do want to address this comment, though. I feel like any failure of a public system is just used as justification for privatization, which is even worse. Yeah, I think that's kind of like what has been happening to the NHS for such a long time, is they're like, oh, you know, all these waits, blah, 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 blah. Wouldn't it be so much better if you could go to a doctor who could see you now, you know? And then they introduced the fucking private insurance system, which is a huge scam.
I would like to talk now about the concept of gender dysphoria.
Okay, how long is this segment to the video? We still have like 20 minutes in this video. I have to piss, okay? I'll be right back. You need to drink some water. Hit like on the stream if you haven't already. Stick around because we're about to talk about the concept of gender dysphoria, and this is kind of a spicy take from her. So stick around. I'll be back in like just a short period of time. Ugh. Okay. All right, y'all. Getting ready to get back into it. Let me get my headphones back on. I should probably get some like real headphones and stop using these fucking earbuds, but you know, I don't have money for fucking headphones right now. All right, let's get back into it.
Here's the real shit. We are firmly in the territory of my opinion here. Not everyone agrees with what I'm about to argue. If I'd stayed in academia, this is probably what I'd have written my PhD on.
I would love her to write a PhD on this shit. Oh man, she's gonna be Dr. Abigail Thorne.
As we've seen by now, medical transition in England, and let's not forget a lot of legal transition.
I love this look, by the way. She has the blue and this is like dysphoria hoodie hour. Like this is peak aesthetic. What's up, Jamie?
As well, hinges on first being diagnosed with gender dysphoria, which is supposedly The feeling of discomfort that arises when there is a disconnect between the sex you were assigned at birth and the gender you are. And I think that this concept, as it is used in the NHS system, is a complete crock of shit. The philosopher Gilbert Ryle tells a story about a guy who goes to Oxford and asks to see the university. And they show him the colleges and the libraries and the quads. And at the end of the day, he says, yes, but where's the university? You haven't shown me that. And he's made a mistake, what philosophers call a category error. He thinks the university is its own building, but it's not. It's just the sum of all those ordinary buildings. A lot of people talk about dysphoria as if it was its own extra feeling, and I think that that too is a category error. I don't think it is an extra feeling. I think it's just the sum of... And cis people also feel all those feelings. Maybe not about the same things or to the same intensity, but they do feel them. If a cisgender woman goes through menopause and thinks, oh, my body feels bloated, it doesn't feel like my own, I'm anxious and depressed, is that not gender dysphoria? If a cis man is skinny and can't grow a beard and looks at his peers and thinks, oh, I should be manlier, is that not gender dysphoria? If a cisgender woman has hair on her face and thinks, oh, I've got a moustache, I look like a man, I want to get laser hair removal to get rid of it, is that not dysphoria? I think the only plausible answer here is yes. But when cis people...
Max, I've heard like 3 different ways that you're supposed to pronounce the word. Like, obviously, it just looks like blahaj. I've heard some people say it's like bluchai. Like, bluchai is like maybe the most like weird version of it that I've heard. But I like just to pronounce it differently every single time. Like, that, I just like to do it differently every time because it's kind of like... H Bomber Guy made the same sort of joke where he was like, I said Nikon in this video and I've said Nikon just now, so everybody can be mad at me. It's pronounced true Morningstar System.
Feel those feelings. It doesn't.
Is it blowhigh? Somebody said it was blue. Somebody said it was. I know that blahaj is wrong. You know, I just don't know what that little circle above the A is supposed to make a vowel do. I really don't understand.
Have its own clinical label. And they don't have to be diagnosed with it to get treatment. Remember, if a cis woman goes through menopause, she can get estrogen from her GP. If a trans woman wants it, we have to go to the gender clinic and be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. When we feel those feelings, it's treated differently.
Yeah, I agree that like calling it gender dysphoria in order to treat trans people and making that be a requirement to treat them separately is like, it's, you know, cis people get this care because it's understood that of course a woman wouldn't want to have a mustache, so we're going to give her some medicine to control her testosterone levels as a woman with PCOS, you know, like Blayhag. A plus O. Hold on. Is it Blauhigh? Blowhigh? I'm getting closer. I feel like I'm getting closer. Baja Blast. True. Corpse Candy. True. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think it's inaccurate to describe those feelings from cis people as gender dysphoria. Like if a guy is like, I am too skinny and I need to, like if a guy starts going to the gym to try to yoke out because he's feeling inadequate compared to other men, like that's gender dysphoria. Like it's fine. You know, it's a medicalizing term for trans people. It's, you know, it's like, oh, naturally a man would want to feel manlier. Oh, naturally a woman would want to be womanlier. But yeah, if it's like, well, but you were assigned male, so why, like the fact that you want to not be, you want to be more feminine is problematic, and we have to study you. And like, it's like gender dysphoria is considered normal in cis people, normal, natural, expected in cis people, but aberrant for trans people.
And you might be saying, well, when cis people feel those things, that's body dysmorphia, not gender dysphoria.
Nope, it's the same fucking thing.
It is a different thing. But that's what I'm asking. Why is it different? To which the only answer is, well, because you're trans. And that's exactly my point. Functionally.
Well, okay, so I guess body dysmorphia might actually be a more clinically specific thing. Like, is body dysmorphia considered a symptom of like, like anorexia? Like where you may actually misperceive your body? Like maybe that's what body dysmorphia is. I'm not totally sure. I haven't looked into it a whole lot, if I'm being completely honest.
In the English clinical system, gender dysphoria just means the thing that trans people have. And in that case, you might as well just call it mad disease.
True.
And it's not just the concept itself that raises my eyebrows. The history of it is also questionable. Being trans used to be considered a mental illness. Transsexuality, as it was then called, was added to the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in 1980, and there was immediately a campaign to remove it. So in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association got together and said, we got to update this, and they assembled a committee. There were 12 doctors on that committee. As far as I can find, all of them were cis.
Hold on.
là hai,
Blau hai? Is it like that? Was I...
là hai.
That's the closest I've got on Google Translate right now.
Side note, one of them was Ray Blanchard, a name that all the trans people in the audience will know.
True.
Because Blanchard has since been disgraced, and his theories about us have been thrown out by the medical community and thoroughly debunked, including by other YouTubers more talented than me. This was the committee that pretty much invented the modern concept of gender dysphoria as it is used today.
Okay, let's try again.
Lô hai,
Blow high? Blow high?
lô hai.
Blow high. Blue shark.
This team of 12 looked at the history of diagnosing trans people, looked for patterns in the medical literature,
good night, Mama
and came
Mephistopheles.
up
Thank
with
you for
their
hanging out
new
so much.
diagnosis, dysphoria. Unfortunately, there was a major problem with the data that they relied on, a problem which also makes the diagnosis extremely difficult to actually use. How do you diagnose someone with gender dysphoria? Or transsexuality, or mad disease, or whatever we're calling it?
This is kind of evoking the sketch where Natalie Wynn was like playing Justine and talking to her Blair White analog character. You know, that's really evoking that conversation for me.
This decade, when you get to the gender clinic, what does the specialist actually do?
Did they look at your brain, or is it based on your feelings? Oh no, it was the wrong person. It's not Justine. It was fucking Baltimore, Maryland. Yes, where like, you know, the Blair White character is trying to be like, my brain is different. Like, my brain. And then it's like, was it about your feelings, actually? Like, yes, Baltimore, Maryland. We stand.
Well, they ask you questions, of course.
Oh, this
person.
Listen, this is a little bit tough here, okay? This part sucks. Fair warning, medical transphobia. Again, reifying the trigger warning.
Who has the power to decide what the rest of your life will look like, asks you questions to make sure that your answers fit the ones they have in their textbook. And can you guess what the problem is? We lie! Or not even necessarily lie, but just we tell them what they want to hear. There's a documented history of trans people doing this since at least the 1950s, and we're still doing it. A 2015 study found that about 30%.
So it's like the medical establishment says like, oh, trans people always know from the time that they're children, and then if you're a trans woman and you go in and you say, oh, I only found out when I was 35, they'll be like, oh, well, it says in our book that everybody knows when they're a kid, so get the fuck out of here. So then that trans woman tells everybody else, she finds a different therapist, and like every time they go to a person, they say, oh my God, I knew since I was 4 years old. Like, oh my God, listen. And so you have the presumption established by the institution, and then like, because every trans person knows what answers they need to feed you in order to get the fucking healthcare that they want, they end up all saying the same thing. And then that reinforces the idea like, oh, every trans person knows since they were 4 years old. Yeah, it's tricky. Hey, if you're here and you've not yet hit like on the stream, boy howdy, consider hitting like on the stream real fast. It's super quick.
Of trans respondents admitted to lying or withholding information during their NHS gender assessments, because of course we do. If you wait several years for that appointment and you finally get in the room with a person who has your life in their hands, a person who is almost certainly cis, and they ask you, so, when did you know? Of course you're going to say, oh, ever since I was a child. Yeah, I wore my mother's dress. I called myself Wendy. Like, all I want is to be a 1950s housewife and marry a man. Of course you're going to say that. I'm not saying you should lie to your doctor. I'm saying it's a fact that it happens. It's always been a problem and it's always going to be a problem as long as we have to pass a behavioural assessment to get healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
To put it in cybernetic terms, we ourselves reduce the variety of inputs to the system because unless we give the right inputs, we don't get to live. It's a running joke in the British trans community that the assessments for gender dysphoria are ridiculous.
Shut up, you don't need to see the video anymore. I've decided.
But to be honest, the questions they ask can also be very humiliating. How do you masturbate? How often? What do you think about when you masturbate? What do you wear when you masturbate? Who do you have sex with? How often? What positions? Tell me about your childhood. Were you abused as a child? What toys did you play with? Were you abused as a child? Which other children did you choose to play with? Were you abused as a child? What was your first sexual experience? When did you start having sex? Tell me again, specifically, in detail, how do you masturbate? On and on and on. It's humiliating enough as an adult to be interrogated like that by a stranger. I can't imagine what it's like if you're a trans child.
Do they ask the same assessment questions if you're under 18? Because that seems like very real borderline sexual abuse-y.
And it's not like you can say, hang on a minute, where's your evidence that any of this is medically relevant? Because they have the power to deny you health care. And if you're the committee in 2013 going through the reports from those assessments, trying to find the patterns, you've got no way of knowing how accurate that data is, which raises serious questions about the reliability of their conclusions. There's no way of knowing whether gender dysphoria is a real diagnostic pattern or just a collective invention. I remind you that getting trans healthcare in England, and a lot of legal transition too, requires you to go through that interrogation first. That's the real reason the waiting lists are so long. There are very few specialists who conduct these assessments. Apparently, it's hard to recruit people to do the job of asking strangers how they jack off. But even if there were 1 million of them, even if the asking strangers how they jack off sector became the biggest employer in the country, I just don't think it's a valuable clinical diagnosis. I don't think it even makes sense. And it's also a little bit insulting that I have to do that, but a cis person doesn't. I'm like the emperor's new clothes with this shit, man. Gender dysphoria, there's nothing there.
No, we're bullied.
It has always been sort of just that there was something in place in order for cis people to feel like you deserve healthcare. Like, this is the sort of distinction that I've made before when people are like, you need dysphoria to be trans. I'm like, but dysphoria is just the clinical description of distress, like a clinically significant degree of distress. And not everybody is distressed by their original gender or whatever. Like, I am not dysphoric about bottom surgery type stuff. I want bottom surgery in a hypothetical sense. But it is like it's not usually because of pain that I want that. It's just because it would be fulfilling. Like, I don't want to die without it. I would feel incomplete. So it's like, is that gender dysphoria? Like the concept of like, I feel like if I were to die without a penis, I would die incomplete. Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. It's really, yeah. So it's basically just like the way that a doctor determines that you are deserving of healthcare, as opposed to the informed consent model being like, I was, by the way, I left it off my story earlier, but I was diagnosed with gender identity disorder. Technically gender dysphoria was already in the DSM at that time, but I think insurance companies were not yet billing with that code. So I was coded as gender identity disorder, you know? And I didn't necessarily love that medicalization of my identity either, but I didn't like care that much because it's like, yeah, you can call my gender a disorder if you want, but like that's what it was necessary for me to get healthcare. So I don't care if you're using kind of stigmatizing language, because what I care about is getting the healthcare. You'll go through almost anything to get healthcare if you feel like you need it. Excuse me. Oh my God, I'm so burpy this stream. Ugh.
Insulted and harassed and shoved around all day long by insane people. And we do our duty, mission after mission, 35, 40, then we're told it's not good enough.
With all that said, Why not just ditch the
Yeah,
concept?
I'd really like to ask people invasive questions about their sexual history. Said no one. At least said no one you would want working in that kind of field.
Concept of dysphoria. If it's grounded in philosophical error, based on unreliable data, incentivizes patients to lie, creates a deadly bottleneck in the system, and adds this whole extra expensive layer we don't need, why not just get rid of it? We could still use the word. If somebody says, "How are you, Abby?" and what I want to say is, "I feel bad about my body and the way that it is perceived by myself and others in a way that relates to my gender because there is a gap between what I want and what I have," then it's probably just faster to say dysphoria, or honestly, most of the time it's faster to just make a noise like,
True.
But there have been calls for years internationally to ditch the clinical use of dysphoria and just give trans people healthcare without that extra step of a diagnosis. There are some practical hurdles, to be sure.
I was also kind of pondering that earlier today before stream. I was like, I guess for the most part, you do typically need a diagnosis to get healthcare. And I was trying to think, like, what is a situation in which you don't need a diagnosis in order to get the thing? And a really obvious answer provided itself to me: birth control. Like, technically, yes, if you have, like, endometriosis or some fucking problem, you might be diagnosed and then get birth control. But, you know, if you just don't want to be pregnant and you want, like, the pill, like some easy thing like the pill rather than, like, the IUD or something. I mean, even with the IUD, I didn't have to be diagnosed with anything to get it. I just said I want one, and they gave me it and fucking traumatized my body physically in order to put it in without really telling me what they were going to do. That's a separate problem. But fundamentally, like, I was able to give somewhat informed consent to the procedure, and I wasn't given a formal diagnosis, I don't think. So it's clearly, like, possible for us to have a consent model where it's basically just like, I just want to have birth control, or I don't want to have birth control, or I do want to have hormones, or I don't want to have hormones. Like, maybe I want to have hormones that are exactly 50-50. I don't know, like, whatever fucking goals you have. You can do like any crazy number of things with your transition. And it just seems crazy to me that, like, yeah, like, the more you really think about it, the more you really soak in this perspective from Abigail, the more it's like, diagnosed with being breedable, true. The more it's just like, yeah, I don't really know why I have to get a diagnosis of, like, oh, you're distressed enough to require this care, like it's a fucking antidepressant, you know? And even antidepressants have relatively fewer hurdles to get to, depending on where you live and everything, you know? You could be like, I experience depression, and they're like, try some fucking Prozac, and if that doesn't work, let's try fucking Cymbalta next, or whatever. Like, they just throw drugs at you for fucking 7 years. I have problems with the medical community. I have my own problems with diagnostic communities, for sure.
The diagnostic requirement is very baked into the NHS and British law. In 1999, there was a landmark legal case. A trust in Lancashire announced they weren't going to fund transition anymore on the grounds that it was merely cosmetic, and they were sued by 3 trans patients who said actually it was necessary to alleviate their gender identity disorder, as it was called at the time. The patients won, which meant that we have a right to free transition, but it also codified the idea that we need to be diagnosed with something first. Mm-hmm. The NHS tries to cure illness rather than maximize health. Those are not necessarily the same thing. So
I think
gender dysphoria...
I think a lot of capitalistic medical systems operate this way, for sure. I mean, like, technically the NHS is not meant to be capitalistic, but it exists within a capitalistic society. And I just think that, like, because of the fact that they want as little money having to go into it as possible, as a function of capitalism, they are going to want to need to provide less care, you know?
Provides an illness that they can respond to. Practical hurdles can be overcome, though. It would take some work to change the system, sure, but it's not impossible. We could have a system that gives us free healthcare and doesn't rely on diagnosing us with mad disease. Mm-hmm. Other countries already do. Again, and this is the question I kept coming back to with Colonel Cathcart, why not change the system? I have a theory about what's really going on here. And to explain it, I want to draw on some philosophy of disability. In her book, The Capacity Contract, philosopher Stacey Clifford Simplicon compares two different ways of thinking about what it means to have a disability. One is the so-called medical model.
I don't even remember listening to this part of the video last time. Like, I think I was so shook from the previously emotional parts that I don't even remember her talking about this disability shit really quick. Dank Catlord says, I just remembered to anyone who watched The Good Place. I can't read this comment because it's going to spoil things. I think, yeah. Institutions they say things like, we will form a committee to observe the systems and make a decision on how to change things. Like we will look into this. We will form a committee kind of thing is certainly a, yeah, on its face, a committee approach makes sense when considering complex questions, but it seems like most committees don't seem to have any power beyond making recommendations. Yeah, like the committee can say, it's just like the studies that they've already done and she's already looked at in this video where it's like, yeah, the studies say this would make the system work better or whatever. And they're just like, cool, we will cite this study now whenever someone complains about our shit and pretend like part of the study didn't include recommendations for how to change things that fall in line with the patient desires. Make cosmetic surgery free for those who want it to. That was one thing I disagreed with Bernie on, creating a separate cosmetic category that's sometimes also deemed medically necessary, creating gatekeeping barriers. Yeah, no, you're not. I'm not. You're fine, Dank Catlord. I just don't want to broadcast what you've said, because I do know the twist of that show. I watched all of it. Oof, these eyebrow raises combined with disability talk. No worries, Phoebe, if you got to get out of there. Yeah, I've not really thought about cosmetic surgery. I mean, I just feel like, any healthcare should just be, all of it should be under the same socialized umbrella. And that means testing people, obviously you don't want to give someone chemotherapy if they don't actually have chemo, but like we're talking about things that are generally not like that. Test. Yes, you did it, Spider. You can do spoiler. Yeah, you have to do 2 of the bars, Dank Catlord. 2 bars on each side. You put 1 on each side. You need 2 on each side. Anyway.
Model. You have a disability if you have a medical problem. And the other is the social model. You have a disability if, for example, you use a wheelchair and your building doesn't have a ramp. The problem isn't your body. The problem is that the building wasn't designed by you. Simplicon says that the medical model can be very appealing to able-bodied people because it soothes our anxiety. I don't want to think about the fact that society is unfair or that the systems I'm part of exclude people. I definitely don't want to think about the fact that I could acquire a disability and then I'd be the one who is excluded. So the medical model allows me to imagine that there is a very distinct line between them and me. A line that is located in their bodies where the problem is. And that also presents an obvious solution. Get them out of here! I think that gender dysphoria does a similar thing. Because here's the real secret of the universe. If you want to change sex, it's possible. For all of human history, we've had this divide between men and women. But if you want to cross that divide, if you want to transcend it entirely and be neither, it's possible. In particular, hold in one hand all of masculinity. Thor, Leonidas, Beowulf, James Bond, Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, all of them. And in the other, hold just 2 milligrams of estrogen a day and tell me which one is more powerful. We live in a culture that valorizes men, treats them as the default. But when you're a trans woman, you can take all of that and just... and you can be happier for it.
In a male-dominated gender hierarchy where it's
close up on
assumed
her
that
face
men
that
are
was.
better than women and that masculinity is superior to femininity, there is no greater threat than the existence of trans women, who, despite being born male and inheriting male privilege, choose to be female instead. By embracing our own femaleness and femininity, we, in a sense, cast a shadow of doubt over the supposed supremacy of maleness and masculinity.
Absolutely true.
I think that some cis people are made a little bit anxious by that. I think they'd like to imagine that male and female are naturally occurring, stable categories, and that we are just the exceptions that prove the rule. I think they like to imagine that there is a clear line between us and them. And the concept of gender dysphoria draws that line. It locates the
That's a really
problem
good
within
point.
our bodies.
Damn.
And also creates a class of specialists who can patrol that line and decide who gets across.
Yeah, because I
Hell, there
get
are
that.
some
Sorry, that's the problem with the concept of cosmetic surgery. I was going to touch on is because it always inherently places their judgment. Like someone is going to decide, well, it's not necessary for you to get braces because that's cosmetic, even though your fucking like teeth might be actually like damaged by it in the longer term. You know, like anyone can just decide, oh, gender transition surgery is only cosmetic, even though like it is so deeply integral to people's internal wellness and everything. You know, like someone gets to arbitrarily decide, you know, I guess, and like because of the fact that stuff like facial feminization surgery is also on the block, it's like for a lot of women, it is a matter of genuine dysphoria and safety in order to get their facial feminization surgery. So if a trans woman gets rhinoplasty as part of her facial feminization surgery, she might be able to get it covered by insurance as medically necessary. But if a cis woman wants to get the same procedure on just a rhinoplasty, not necessarily the whole thing, you know, in order to make her appearance in congruence with her, you know, internal whatever, like then that could be like, why is it, you know, medically necessary for the trans woman but not for the cis woman? You know, not that I'm saying that, you know, cis women have a worse time in medical care or whatever. You know, I'm just saying that like the point I'm making is that it's arbitrary. The one problem I see with free cosmetic surgery is that it's addictive and can do very real harm to people with body dysmorphic disorder. That's an interesting point that I hadn't really considered. I don't really know how to address that particular issue. My phone died, so I'm coming back to YouTube later. I don't think the stream would still be going. Didn't think the stream would still be going. Yeah, I don't normally stream for like 4+ hours right now. I'm hoping over the winter to increase my stamina and go for longer. It helps when we're doing React content because I can be quiet for a little while and that's conserve some of my energy. So yeah, a long video like this, while it makes our stream very long, it also gives me time to kind of recoup between my comments. Yeah, proper screening for cosmetic surgeons so they can screen patients for risk factors. Yeah, we don't want to do, we don't want Repo the Genetic Opera here, you know? We're not trying to do like everybody's getting cosmetic surgeries, you know, because they just want to get really high on Zydrate. Increase your stamina, smuggy.
Trans people who like that line being there. There are some specialists who can patrol that line and decide who gets across. Hell, there are some trans people who like that line being there. There are some, not naming names, who say, I'm a real transsexual. I've been diagnosed with the mental illness that is gender dysphoria, not like all these tenderqueer non-binary teenagers with their green hair and their Lucy and Yak dungarees. And I'm like, babes, you've been diagnosed with baloney. Stafford Beer famously said that the purpose of a system is what it does. And what he meant was there's no point claiming a system's job is to do something it consistently fails to do. It functions how it functions, it gives the outputs it gives. With that outlook, I don't think anyone can really claim that the NHS's current system exists to help trans patients. It might occasionally do that as a side effect, but in my opinion, its real function, its main output, is control. NHS gender clinics exist as part of a larger system that is gender itself, and they reduce variety within that system.
Parades aren't designed to teach us anything. They're designed to humiliate us. They're designed to make us suffer the indignity of doing something entirely pointless, so that sadistic Scheitskopf can demonstrate he has power over us. The more pointless the activity, the greater our humiliation and the more power he feels. And we can sit here and pretend all we want that there must be some more noble war effort type purpose to all this walking around in rectangles, but there isn't one. We do parades so Scheitskopf can feel like a tough guy. That's what parades are for.
In my opinion, the concept of gender dysphoria pathologizes transness, so people can avoid the endearing truth that there is no line, and that really we aren't so different. And so that some of them can avoid asking themselves the big question. Given that human beings can change sex, do you want to?
I love the covert She's like, you can if you want to.
I should have known
oh my god.
that the ending of my story would be as absurd as all the rest of it. One day, I got a phone call, and they said, come in on Tuesday. I don't know whether Colonel Cathcart did something, or whether someone ahead of me on the waiting list died. They just said it's on Tuesday. And I thought I would be happy or excited, but to tell the truth, I was angry with them and with myself. I was angry because why did I get that phone call and then someone else didn't? It is by luck and a hell of a lot of privilege that I am here to tell this story, and the arbitrariness of that system compounds the survivor's guilt. For a hell of a lot of people, by the time they finally get an appointment, they've either already self-medicated or they've gone private. So there's hardly any point in even getting one. It seems that the only way to get trans healthcare in Britain is not to need trans healthcare. And there is actually a specific name for that kind of logical trap. It's called a catch-22.
She's gonna elucidate for us what that means now, I think. I just didn't retain this part of the stream, the part of the video before.
Some catch that catch-22.
It's the best there is.
I hope that sharing my
Or does
story
she not go any
some
further
good.
into it?
I'm going to tell you the real On YouTube, everything has to be clickable and shareable and homogeneous. It's very difficult to get a message out when you make something like this, which is a little bit different. But when we try, it can be wonderful. I recently wrote a stage play called The Prince, which was on here in London with me in it. And we won an Off West End award. The highest award we were eligible for, we won it. I've gone
I'm proud of
from
her.
making YouTube videos in my bedroom to award-winning playwright. Because it turns out, when we're actually allowed to tell our own stories for a change, they're pretty good.
I know.
The play was
I don't
filmed,
have Nebula. I should
and the
get
filmed
Nebula.
version is going on a streaming service called Nebula. If you'd like to see it, there's a link in the description, curiositystream.com/philosophytube. The way it works is you click on that link, you sign up to CuriosityStream, and you get Nebula included as well. The whole bundle costs like $15 a year, which is ridiculously cheap for what it is. And you also get everything on CuriosityStream included. And there's loads of good stuff on there, like David Attenborough has a documentary about bioluminescence that I came across randomly on CuriosityStream. It's really good. It's about animals that give out light. That's what I'm trying to be. I'm going to donate most of the money that Nebula gives me to the charity Gendered Intelligence. They're run by trans people, and they help educate the public about what we need. That's all from me for today. Thank you for watching, and best of luck. Fly safe.
He was just a rookie trooper and
I should watch the rest of this at some time at my own leisure, because her entire credits section, the CCs keep going, and it's like she'll say like, I thought this video turned out really well and stuff like that. Like it'll, there's more to it. Yeah, rough video, difficult to get through. Before we completely end off the segment, once again, if you haven't yet already, please give her a like and a kind comment. Thank her for her hard work. You know, contribute slightly. I've already hit like, you know, there's like 43,000 likes. We want to get some positivity on there. The comments in here are probably going to be kind of rough too, so not sure if anyone mentioned this yet, but I've heard the argument that the dysphoria diagnosis is needed to distinguish between cis people who want cosmetic surgery and trans people who need surgery. But the problem with that runs into like, but is it gonna watch it yourself after the stream? Yes, good. Also watch it yourself later so you can absorb all of it fully without the buffer of me pausing to comment every 10 seconds and making the video last 3 hours. Yeah, I just don't know if that works, because if you really look at it, like, cis people also experience gender dysphoria. So, like, if they, again, like, if you feel like your nose makes you look like a man and you want to get it smaller, even if you're a cis woman, like, is that not gender dysphoria, you know? Like, or like, more commonly, let's shift off of the rhinoplasty, because I'm stuck on the rhinoplasty, but for breast augmentation, like, if you have really small breasts and you're feeling less confident as a woman about it, as a cis woman, like, is a breast augmentation not also gender affirming for you, right? So I can understand people making the argument that there is a distinction of, you get diagnosed with gender dysphoria in order to make sure whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know, I feel like that could be addressed with, like, you know, wait times, or like, if you know someone's surgical record of, like, how many times have you gotten a nose job, you know, like, I don't know. I don't have a solution with regards to, like, cosmetic surgery, because I don't really think of them as comparable. Although, like, why don't I think of them as comparable? It's all about, like, electively choosing to change things, right? Like, I wouldn't necessarily consider it comparable for a cis man who's just experiencing testicular pain to want to get an orchiectomy. But, like, why is there that line? You know, have I been convinced by the collective hallucination about gender dysphoria that there is some kind of difference or line between me and, like, someone else? I typically, I don't draw the line at gender dysphoria for sure. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to examine this further, because it calls into question some of, like, how do you distinguish different levels of gender dysphoria, I guess. I don't know. It's tough, because I'm sure that people are dysphoric about their clothes. Just different levels where some of them require medical intervention and some of them just require you to dress differently or whatever, you know? It'd be worth it even if cis people got surgery for shits and giggles, a much smaller harm. I generally tend to think that, like, the harm of preventing people from getting care that they think that they need is generally worse than the idea of some people getting care that they didn't end up needing. As a man, I needed euphoria of a feminine body to feel like life was worth it. There was no dysphoria, or it was invisible to me. Do I not deserve to be treated like it's necessary for me to live a normal life, receiving estrogen as a cis man? I mean, yeah, like, and like, yeah, you can identify as whatever and have a body like whatever, you know? Like, what harm would it cause if a cis woman still identified as cis but decided to get phalloplasty? Like, I guess one of the arguments that is made there is that, like, well, if a cis person just wants this thing, you know, is that not taking a spot away from a trans person who's suicidally dysphoric, you know? But I don't know. I don't really know that you can means test people of, like, oh, this person is suicidal over their distress, but this person only wants it. Like, you can't put people on a list based on their priority, I don't think, in an ethical manner. Like, I think it just has to be a first come, first serve, and expand the options, really. Instead of getting pissed off at people for desiring medical care, get pissed off at the system who's not providing enough medical care. Like, if you're mad that the consultation list is out so far or that the wait list is so long, don't get mad at other people who are just trying to get health care. Like, this is ultimately the problem, is we tend to blame other individuals for systemic problems. And I think this is part of what really unlearning capitalistic mindsets is about, is, like, realizing that, like, the systems have been designed in such a way to pit us against each other, right? The harm of cosmetic surgery for shits and giggles is, again, that it can fuel body dysmorphic disorder and other disorders of that kind. But the biggest problem there is a capitalist system that actively disincentivizes cosmetic surgeons from screening patients properly. Yeah, it's just about, like, how do we determine what is an appropriate level of screening? You know, like, if I think that it's kind of infantilizing to force a trans person to get a psychologist or a psychiatrist to sign off on their surgery, I don't know how to approach that without also being paternalistic toward just everyone, you know? Like, I just don't know if there's a perfect solution to this problem. because I recognize that people who have body dysmorphic disorder may get cosmetic surgeries in a way that is ultimately harmful to them. But yeah, like, we could probably settle on an amount of appropriate screening that is somewhere, because what we have now is like no screening for cis people who with body dysmorphic disorder who just like get surgery all the time, versus trans people being paternalistically denied care. You know, like, there's got to be some middle ground where like we have enough screening that people with body dysmorphic disorder aren't engaging in self-harm effectively by getting surgery over and over again, and make sure that trans people are accessing the care that they desire without being unnecessarily gatekept. Yeah, you're right, Eddie, as well. Trans people can also have body dysmorphic disorder along with gender dysphoria. These things are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Shonalika made a very cool video on that, specifically J.K. Rowling and the D-trans narrative. I have heard of this person, Sholanika. I can't fucking read. But I don't know if I've subscribed to them. Or did I have it right? Is it Shonalika? Ah, I had it right. You had it wrong. I'm teasing. BDD would be pretty easy to curb with various cosmetic surgeons communicating with each other, or them getting... Yeah, like, if you had a record of, like I said, like, this person has gotten, like, multiple different cosmetic surgeries, should we instead refer them to a psychologist at this point? You know, like, I don't know. All cosmetic surgeons are supposed to make sure patients have a realistic understanding of what they look like now and what their likely results are and what is possible to achieve, and that ought to be enough. But again, capitalism. It's weird because there's like, realistically, there's no incentive to, it's fucking double standard. It's unrealistic. Good night, Michelle Winter. Good night. Have fun. There's no real incentive to screen people who want breast augmentations who are cis. Like, I guess we've decided that the profit motive of plastic surgeons is more important in that case, and the making money is the more important thing. But then people will be like, oh, but we need to make sure that trans people won't regret it. And like, also simultaneously, they'll tend to use the financial argument of like, oh, well, this is just the pharmaceutical industry and the surgeons trying to exploit a vulnerable, mentally ill population to make money off of them. And so it's like, okay, well, it's just like double standards everywhere. Every fucking time you turn a corner, it's another double standard. Yeah, if you're coming in for your third rhinoplasty in 2 years, maybe we should have you talk to someone. Yeah. So I'm not saying that I have any perfect solutions to it, but I do think that generally speaking, there should be fewer barriers to trans healthcare, obviously. I had relatively few barriers. Like, I'm actually like annoyed. Interesting. I got distracted. I'm like annoyed by the fact that according to the WPATH standards, like, in order to get bottom surgery, I would need a therapist to sign off on it. Like, I'm kind of pissed off about that. But it's like, I think one of the most bare minimum hurdles for someone undergoing a massive, I at least once having a doctor meet with you and say like, okay, I don't think you are incapable of making choices for yourself, you know? Just remove the profit motive, problem solved, right? Like, yeah, it's weird to me, because I also, I just don't know how I feel about certain things like that. As I said, annoyed at the idea that I would have to have, according to the WPATH standards, a psychiatrist confirm that I'm, mentally sound enough. It feels paternalistic, but at the same time, yeah, like, there literally are people who, I mean, someone in the fucking YouTube chat said it earlier. Was it Ivy? Did Ivy say something about like knowing someone who had a penectomy because their dom wanted them to? Like, I also think that you don't want to be in a situation where you're being coerced. Like, I think if a woman is like, I'm getting a breast augmentation because my husband wants me to get one, but if she doesn't actually want to have one, I kind of feel like it should be medically declined. I don't know. Like, I'm just saying you can be coerced into getting a procedure done. So a very bare minimum amount of screening to establish that you are there of your own volition, under your own consent, with, you know, your own head on your shoulders and everything, I can agree to a minimum amount of screening. That was me, and yes, that was so wild because he was talking to a trans person, and I was like, dude, read the room. Like, but like, that like blows my fucking mind that you would have a penectomy because your partner wanted you to and not because you want to have a null. Like, what the fuck, bro? Anyway, I specifically declined to read that comment while I was in the middle of watching the video because I was like, that is way too much to unpack right now. Like, I need to finish this video before we talk about that because holy fucking shit. Oh my god. And that's not even like replacing it with a vagina. That's just straight up a penectomy. I guess you could always get fucking phalloplasty later, or peritoneal pull through if you wanted a V. But oh my god, I cannot imagine. Oh my god. Maybe I'm like more affected by the idea of someone cutting their penis off completely because I'm like, I want one of those. Obviously, that kind of screening happens in all healthcare. Is the patient capable of consent, and do they truly consent? Yeah. I also think gender therapy shouldn't be necessary. I definitely needed it to help me figure everything out, but not everyone does. Here's a spicy take. I wish that I had had a gender therapist when I was a teenager. I don't think my parents had any idea that that was even an option. I had already tried to go to therapy with someone who I was like, this is not really working very well. And, you know, we were operating with like a limited number of people in network. Most therapists who work on their own and not like in a clinic don't take insurance because of it's expensive and lots of paperwork and shit. Oh my god, my toes hurt. I would have probably started hormones sooner if I had had a gender therapist. Instead, I fucking spent 6 years waffling about it and feeling unsure and feeling unconfident. And then finally it was like, I had a friend who I was talking to about it all the time. I was like, I think I want it, but I don't know. And he was like, you have to just fucking do it at some point. Like, you talk about it all the time. Like, you have to stop with this constant like agony over it. Like, either do it or don't. Was kind of what he said. And like, that sounds really unkind, but it was kind of like, I didn't realize how much I was wasting time. And it was like, I have to either decide to do it or not. And I was like, okay, I'm going to decide to try it. And I don't have to take it forever. And I didn't take it forever. But like, I would have had an easier time with it if I had had a gender therapist. So I do think that gender therapy should be more widely available. I just don't think that it should be watch and wait gender therapy. Because I think a lot of the times when people bring up like, these people should be in therapy, they mean instead of giving them access to transition. And when I say like, I want more gender affirmative or like gender therapy, I mean gender affirmative therapy. Therapy that says, oh, you don't know quite what's going on. Well, let's help you figure out what it is that you want. Whereas a transphobic approach to like, these people need therapy, we need to prioritize therapy over transition care, is they tend to desire more of like a, yeah, we're gonna just wait and hope that you desist, or like try to investigate like, oh, gender exploratory therapy. Like, why do you think you're trans? You know, were you abused as a child? Like, as Abigail said multiple times, there is kind of that question always. Yeah, yes, exactly. Gender explorative therapy, as they've decided to rename conversion therapy. Like, I guess gender explorative therapy, they don't do fucking electric shocks for, but it's hard to say. Yikes, NBJ. Eddie says, I feel similarly, gender therapy was the thing that gave me confidence to start HRT because the messages I got as a non-binary person were all discouraging me from it. Right. I think, yeah. It's so hard to advocate for something. Like, I do think gender therapy should be more widely available, but I specifically think gender affirmative therapy. And so I have to make that very clear distinction, because otherwise I'm feeding into a narrative that therapy is preferable over transition-related care. And it's like, yeah, you can go to a therapist to try to deal with your gender dysphoria, and they might give you tips for like how to manage it. those tips are probably going to be like, try socially transitioning, and then when you run into a brick fucking wall with that, because you're inevitably going to, then they don't have a choice but to send you to a medical doctor who can prescribe you hormones, because at a certain point therapists can't address your body dysphoria. Like, no amount of therapy is going to make you not want to be a woman if you want to be a woman. No amount of therapy is going to make you into a woman if you're not one. I've actually been referred to and have been working with a gender therapist for almost a year with my intersex condition. Even though I'm not transitioning, my natural hormone changes and the hormone route I have chosen for middle-aged treatment to hormone imbalances is making enough changes that having a gender therapist has been helpful. Similar changes to trans masks, similar treatment. I consider myself non-binary. So is that just like someone, you're seeing like a talk therapist about your gender transition, even though it's a natural gender transition, right? That's awesome. I'm glad that you have access to that, because I think most people don't. And that's why we end up on the internet talking to each other. People get it in their heads like, oh, all these trannies are like converting each other. And it's mostly that we don't have any confidence that that any therapists in our area are going to be knowledgeable at all about this. So, and because healthcare providers will often just blow us off, because frankly, and it's not like a lot better in America as far as GPs having a fundamental understanding of how trans people work and like what kind of medical care we need. It's a system-wide problem. I feel like I was in the middle of driving towards somewhere and I just fell right off. Here's the thing. I'm really hungry, and I really have enjoyed this stream. We're getting close to the 5-hour mark, so this is kind of a longer stream for me nowadays. But we are, except for the fact that I'm going to be moving in a couple weeks, we're basically back on schedule for the Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. I will let you know as we get closer to the move coming up in a couple weeks, if like when I'm planning to be out. It's probably just going to be sporadic for a couple weeks, but for this week at least, it's going to be totally normal. Honestly, I hate the system of having GPs as gatekeepers for specialists. Yeah, like just train people better. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to get out of here before I start raging out because my hunger is consuming my brain. Thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate you. All your likes and shares and comments during the streams are very, very enjoyable. So thank you very much. And hopefully I will be seeing you on Tuesday. If you have time to hang out Tuesday evening, we'll be seeing you then. All right. Bye.